What exactly are your duties as a special agent with the FBI?
So I'm an investigator. So that could include opening cases, conducting interviews, conducting searches, anything that a typical investigator would do.
So back in July of 2020, is that when you would have been working with the Quad Cities office?
Yes,
And at some point, did you become involved in an investigation involving a missing child, Breasia Terrell?
I did, yes.
Can you explain how you
They wanted to work together to help solve what was going on.
do you recall approximately when you would have received that call?
I believe it was on July 10th.
So after receiving that call, what initial steps would you have taken with your investigation?
So my initial steps there, from what I remember, would be we did open up a case formally on our side, but initially we went over here to Davenport and went to the police station and started gathering all the details on what was known so far.
And that it would have been on July 10th?
Correct.
What does opening a case with the FBI look like?
Sure. So I would view that as a partnership. So Davenport was driving it, and we were there driving it alongside them.
Did you have a specific role then with the FBI investigation involving this case?
I was the case agent on the case.
What does that mean?
That just means I'm the main point of contact.
How did you then begin your initial investigation?
So initial investigation would be just hearing the story from Davenport, seeing what details or information they have, and then working together on determining next steps.
Were you involved in any interviews or following up on tips, that sort of thing?
I was, yes.
What types of steps would you have been involved with regarding interviews or following up on tips?
So interviews would have been with Andrea Culberson. After that, if individuals called into the FBI and reported or said they had information about the missing victim, those would have been items that we would have followed up on.
Did you have a role in either assisting or orchestrating any search efforts or canvassing efforts?
I did, yes.
Can you explain the role that you would have taken in those efforts?
Sure. So initially we knew there were vehicles in question. So I would have assisted with ERT and coordinating those efforts to get the vehicles in question searched.
And ERT means what?
That's our evidence response team.
And would that have consisted of notifying Eli McBride?
Yes, that is correct.
And so you were responsible for bringing in the ERT team to assist in executing the search warrants of those vehicles?
Yes, I assisted with that process.
Would you have been present while they executed those search warrants as well?
Yes.
Did you have any other roles in assisting with canvas efforts or searching efforts?
I did, yes.
And explain your role there.
That would have included possible known areas of the traveling vehicle to see where possibly, if there would have been evidence located somewhere. If we thought there was an area of interest, we could have performed a grid search or an area search of that specific location.
What is a grid search?
How I would describe a grid search is an area that you want to search, and then you divide that up amongst a group of people. Everybody has a responsibility, and then that one specific area is searched by each team, essentially.
And do you recall the areas that you would have assisted with searching?
I believe there were areas off Highway 30 near Clinton.
May I approach her?
You may.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 38. I can get this up here. I'm going to have you take a look at State's Exhibit 38. Do you see Highway 30 that you were referencing in terms of the search on this particular exhibit?
I do, yes.
Are you able to describe on the map the area that you're referring to in terms of the search?
I believe it would have been the area that is boxed in that pink shade.
Were there any other areas that you would have assisted in canvassing or searching?
Those were the main, off Highway 30 would have been the main area. I did explore and look through the Credit Island area as well.
And why were those two areas the main focus of the canvassing or searching efforts?
So based on the information that we had at the time, and also going through or getting some information on where one of the phones hit, we knew that there was possible travel down Highway 30. So that was one area where we looked. Also based on some information that we heard from Detorius, Credit Island was an area of interest. That area also made sense based on proximity of the RV park where Dinkins held his RV, if I remember correctly. So those were the two areas that we focused.
Now, were there items of evidence collected in either search in the Clinton area or the Credit Island area?
Items were collected at both.
And to your knowledge, did any of those items that were collected in either of their searches have any significance with this investigation?
No.
Now, returning back to the search of the vehicles, were there items collected by the FBI during the search of the 3 different vehicles involved with this case?
There were, yes.
And as a result of being the case agent, would you become the seizing individual for all of those items?
That is correct, yes.
What does that mean to be the seizing individual?
Sure. So how I describe it is when an item is collected, that could be collected by anybody on the ERT team. In terms of seizing, myself as a case agent would have taken responsibility of those items. So I would have been the seizing individual holding on to that property.
So what do you do with that property then once you are responsible for it?
Sure. So we first make sure it's secured and go through our protocol. And then following that, we have these items that we've collected. The next step for me would be talking to our lab to see what items would be important or significant to go through further processing and testing.
And where is the FBI lab located?
That's in Quantico.
Did you contact the lab in Quantico and consult with them on what items should be or may be the best for any additional testing?
I did, yes.
And what type of testing was the FBI lab considering at that point?
It would have been, I'm not an expert in this field, but I would say they were interested in items that would possibly provide DNA or something of that nature.
So ultimately then, were you responsible for selecting which items in consultation with the lab were sent for further testing?
That is correct.
Did that also include items that had been previously seized and collected by the Davenport Police Department?
Yes.
And was that same consultation with the FBI lab utilized in regards to anything seized by the Davenport Police Department?
I believe so, yes.
I'd like to talk to you about what items were sent. I think it might be easier if we just kind of focus in on where they were collected and go from there.
Okay.
But speaking first about the Chevy Impala, were there different cuttings from fabric inside for upholstery inside that vehicle and swabs taken from the upholstery that were sent to that lab?
I believe so, yes.
And different clothings, I think a rag that may have been found in that vehicle as well. Those were items that were selected.
Yes.
A hatchet, that item was sent to the lab.
I believe so, yes.
And I'm going to refer to it as vacuum sweepings or attempts to locate maybe fibers or hair. Is that fair to say?
That is fair to say.
So from the Impala, those would have been the items selected for further testing.
Sounds correct, yes.
Moving on then to the RV, where there debris or, again, fiber or hairs that were found on both on top and underneath some foam padding in the RV that were sent for testing,
Sounds correct.
and a machete located on top of a microwave.
Yes.
Then from the Camaro, again, more vacuum sweepings for fiber or hairs sent for further processing,
Yes.
and a T-shirt located in the Camaro as well.
Yes.
Then from Andrea's apartment, or that apartment on West 53rd Street, so these would have been items seized by the Davenport Police Department. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Did that include then either cuttings or swabs from a mattress?
Sounds correct, yes.
Swabs taken from a bathroom?
Yes.
Another machete that was located underneath the mattress in that residence?
Yes.
Various different clothing items?
Correct.
A broom?
Yes.
And some bleach that was recovered from her apartment.
Correct.
So all of those items were selected from the apartment for further processing.
That sounds correct, yes.
So then, just to note a few other items as well. Was there a toothbrush and a comb, both thought to belong to Breasia, that were sent to the lab as well?
Correct.
What was the point of sending those items?
To my understanding, to further match DNA.
Were there also a known buccal swab or known DNA swab taken from Henry Dinkins, as well as fingernail clippings, swabs from his hands, from his penile swab that were sent for testing as well?
Yes.
And then were there actual hair follicles taken from Mr. Dinkins as well?
That is correct.
Would you have been present when those were taken?
I would have been, yes.
And those hair samples were taken as well
They were taken, yes.
and sent for further processing, excuse me.
I believe they were, yes.
And a known DNA sample for Andrea Culberson, as well as hair samples from her.
Correct, yes.
And then some clothing believed to belong to Breasia that was located in a bag provided by her mother. Were some of those items selected as well for further processing?
I believe so, yes.
Again, would you have been the person who selected which of those clothing items to send?
Yes, again, that would have been with consultation with the laboratory.
Now, throughout your involvement with the investigation, were you aware that at some point the Davenport Police Department had collected soil that was located from the undercarriage of this Chevy Impala?
Yes.
As part of your canvassing and searching efforts, at some point then, did you find it important to also collect soil?
I did, yes.
Why is that?
The reason for that would be to find a matching or known sample that would be matching to what was found underneath the car. So we could figure out exactly where that car was located and where that soil came from.
And how do you go about collecting soil?
Sure, so I made a formal request with our lab in Quantico, and they provided me with a soil collection kit. And this kit included various items to include instructions on how to take soil samples, as well as what I remember, like plastic or glass vials, which would hold the soil contents.
And do you recall approximately how many either glass or plastic vials would be inside one of those kits?
I don't recall. If I had to guess, I would say approximately 8 to 10 plastic or glass vials.
So after you received this kit and reviewed the instructions, how then would you have gone about collecting that soil?
Sure. So I read the instructions, and then based on the location that I wanted to collect, I would follow those instructions, put the soil inside the vials that we're discussing, and then I'd put those back into the container, and then those would be sent off for further testing.
Now, the vials, were they contained so that the soil you placed in them couldn't mix with the other soil?
Correct, they were. They each had a lid and a cap that I believe screwed on each one.
Do you recall where you would have taken soil samples regarding this investigation?
I do, yes. So Credit Island would have been one area, and the other area that's familiar to me would be off Highway 30, somewhere in that area there would have been soil samples taken.
And to your knowledge, were those soil samples collected while you were canvassing those areas?
That's correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 139. Do you recognize this exhibit?
I do, that looks familiar.
And what is this exhibit?
This would have been the collection box that held the soil samples.
Is this the same kit that would have been provided to you from the Quantico lab?
I believe so, yes.
And the soil samples that you would have taken from Credit Island and the areas around Highway 30, would you have then placed those soil samples in this kit?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, again, is this the same kit?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would offer Exhibit 139 into evidence.
Exhibit 139 will be admitted.
Special Agent Smith, at some point, I believe you've already discussed, you were transferred to a different office. When did that occur again?
I would say that would have been around April, May of 21.
So at that point, Breasia Terrell's remains had been recovered. However, did you really have any more involvement at that point in time?
Not really.
And why was that?
I was moving on with my transfer, and this case around that time period was then transferred to another agent in my office.
And which agent was that transferred to?
Agent McMillan.
So he would have taken over as the main case agent at that point in time.
That is correct.
Special Agent Smith, we had discussed items that were collected from the canvassing of both the Highway 30 area and Credit Island area, and that there were items that were collected but ultimately didn't have any significance. Do you recall any of those items that would have been collected?
Not specifically, no.
Now, that list of items that I had read off that were collected from the various vehicles and from the Andrea Culberson's apartment. Now, you mentioned that DNA was one of the testing options that the FBI lab was going to use. Was the hope that they would also be testing for latent fingerprints or trace evidence or hair and that type of thing?
That is correct, yes.
And again, the items that were selected were based on your consultation with the lab.
Yes.
The soil sample that we talked about, Exhibit 139, did you make any further requests from the lab for analysis on those soil samples as well?
I did, yes.
What did that process entail?
So to my understanding, once those arrived at Quantico, they went through the necessary testing and reports were then generated based on the soils that they received. And if I recall correctly, there would have been maps that indicated where they believed or similar soils around that area. So showing a geographical footprint of where that soil was from.
So your request then to the FBI, that would have included sending the samples you collected in States Exhibit 139, as well as the samples collected from the undercarriage of the Chevy Impala. Is that fair?
That is fair, yes.
And so you made the arrangements for both of those items to be forwarded to the Quantico lab for further processing.
I did, yes.
And at some point, did you receive confirmation that they had received those and had done their testing?
I did, yes.
All right, thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you.
Mr. Freeze?
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Sir, I'm fighting off a summer cold. So if you don't understand something I say or it comes out a little garbled, please stop me and ask me to rephrase, okay?
Yes, sir.
Agent, how long have you been a law enforcement officer?
Approximately 5 years.
And again, what was your training, undergraduate and postgraduate?
Sure. So I had a college degree, studied finance, and then I worked in healthcare IT.
And then you went to Quantico.
Correct.
Okay. In your training and experience as a law enforcement personnel, correct me if I'm wrong, but the best practice in any investigation is to first collect evidence and then identify persons of interest, right?
I would say it depends on what case pops up and what the investigation is about.
Well, in a case involving a missing child, you'd want to collect as much evidence at first and then try to identify persons of interest, right?
Well, the first item that I wanted to do here was get the full story of what was occurring.
Okay. On July 10th, when you were contacted by the Davenport Police Department, you were given a story about Breasia Terrell's disappearance, right?
I was, yes.
And based upon that story, you had concluded that as of that date, Henry Dinkins was someone who had abducted Breasia Terrell, right?
Henry Dinkins at that point was a main suspect.
Because you memorialized that in a report dated July 11th, did you not?
If I could see the report, that would be helpful.
If I showed you a report, would it refresh your recollection?
Yes, please.
Okay, and just for the record, you, when you open an investigation, you have to request of a superior to be allowed to open an investigation and have yourself appointed as case agent, right?
So when I formally open up a case, it does go to another person for approval.
Right, so you did that in this case, correct?
I did, yes.
All right.
Oh.
Showing you a report dated 7/11/2020. You just come through that, first of all, and tell me, is that your report?
So this is my report.
And if you go to the second page, look at the bottom paragraph and just read it yourself.
Yes.
Having read your report, does that refresh your recollection?
It does, yes.
And having your recollection refreshed, I'll ask you now, as of the time you were contacted and asked to open an investigation on July 11th, was it your belief that Henry Dinkins had abducted Breasia Terrell?
Yes.
And that information came from officers in the Davenport Police Department.
That is correct.
How many missing persons or missing children cases have you worked, sir?
I don't have a number for you.
Have you worked more than 5?
I do not know. This would have been I would say this is one of my early on cases of a child abduction. If I had to put it, that suffices.
Sure. Is it best practice as a law enforcement individual to call out a cadaver dog within a couple of days of an individual going missing?
I would say that's an element of an investigation that could be utilized.
Okay. Would you also call out dogs that can find people who are alive?
If people are missing and that's a tool to be used, I'm not an expert in that field.
Okay. You made the decision to send off what items that you thought were relevant to the lab in consultation with the lab at Quantico, correct?
I did, yes.
And the idea was these are the items which give us the best chance to find DNA evidence, latent print evidence, the presence of blood or some other bodily fluid or trace evidence, right?
Yes.
And just for the record, explain to us what trace evidence is.
That is something I would prefer the lab technician or someone trained in evidence collection to speak to.
Okay. And when the testing was completed, you received a report back from the lab, correct?
Reports were generated, yes.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but there was no DNA of Breasia Terrell found in that Impala.
From what I recall, that is correct.
No blood from Breasia Terrell was found in that Impala, correct?
Correct.
You sent off a hatchet from the Impala. No blood was found on that hatchet, was there?
From what I recall, that is correct.
And from your recollection, the hatchet had no DNA of Breasia Terrell at all, was there?
Correct.
The vacuum sweepings, whatever that was caught in the vacuum trap and sent off, had no trace evidence connecting Breasia Terrell to that Impala, right?
Correct.
Did you interview any witnesses who actually physically put eyes on Breasia Terrell in that Impala that night?
So I interviewed Andrea Culberson.
Okay. And did she actually physically say she saw Breasia Terrell inside that Impala?
From what I recall, not inside, but outside the Impala.
So the question is, did you interview any witness who saw Breasia Terrell inside that Impala on July 10th?
No.
In the RV, you sent off the machete, asking it to be tested for blood, right?
From my recollection, yes.
And the report came back, there was no blood on the machete, correct?
Correct.
The lab, and maybe this is beyond your expertise, but the lab does have the ability to test for cleaning agents like bleach, don't they?
I believe so, but again, that is beyond my expertise.
Were they asked to test for any cleaning agents?
I don't specifically recall what that request looked like. Since they are the experts, they would have made that determination.
And again, from the RV, the fibers, the hairs, those were sent off and those come back negative for any presence of DNA or anything from Breasia Terrell, correct?
That's correct.
Same questions, same things for the Camaro. No physical evidence or forensic evidence come out of that Camaro connecting that to Breasia Terrell, right?
That's correct.
In Andrew's apartment, perhaps it was you, perhaps it was someone else, used an alternative light source to look at the bathroom. Do you recall that?
I was not present for that.
That's fair. You talked about the toothbrush and the comb that was provided. Did you seize that, or were you the seizing agent?
I believe that first went to Davenport and then it was provided to me.
And the purpose of that again was what?
to match up with later found evidence.
To get a solid DNA sample for Breasia Terrell, is that fair?
Yes, that's fair.
To your knowledge, was it collected from Aisha Langford?
To my knowledge, yes.
To your knowledge, was it told to Aisha Langford that it was important that this item or these items be solely the items of Breasia Terrell and used by only Breasia Terrell?
I was not there for that conversation, but my hope would be that conversation or something of that nature occurred at that point.
In your experience as a law enforcement officer, had you had that conversation, would you have made that clear to Ms. Langford?
I would have, yes.
And why is that?
So there's no cross-contamination or the wrong items provided to us.
What would happen, or what's the concern with having a toothbrush, let's say, that was used by Breasia and let's say her mother? What's the concern there?
So from my perspective, I would want a known sample with no cross-contamination.
Now, this soil sample kit, you collected that off of Highway 30, first of all, correct?
Yes,
Do you know how far that location is from the Kunow implement or the location where Ms. Terrell was ultimately discovered?
I do not.
She'd never been out to the location of the, we'll call it the death scene.
I have been out to that location. I'm just not sure approximate length it is from there.
Did you not take any soil samples from the scene or the road near where Ms. Terrell's body was found?
So I did not take soil samples from where the body was located.
Do you know if any were taken?
I believe those were taken by another agent in my field office.
When you take a soil sample, just the mechanics of doing it, I'm envisioning you out there with a shovel and putting soil into a test tube. Is that how it's done?
I don't recall the exact instructions that were provided in the soil sample kit, but it's a small plastic glass vial that you fill up with soil.
How do you
Again,
how do you get the soil into it?
I believe it was scooped with the vial itself.
Okay, so the vial serves as like the shovel.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And the samples themselves are, you know, the size of them?
I'm guessing not guessing, but from my recollection, I remember they're about this tall, maybe 2 to 4 ounces of soil is what they would hold.
You just gestured for me a size. And correct me if I'm wrong, maybe 3 inches?
I would say that's approximate, yes.
Okay. Now, you can just scrape the top level of the soil with that much, right?
It was more than that, I believe. I don't recall exactly what the instructions were.
My point is you can't get very deep. You just get the top skimming of the topsoil.
Depending on if you collect them a certain way, I can see where you're getting.
Okay. You interviewed some witnesses yourself in this case in the months following the disappearance of Breasia Terrell, correct?
I believe so, yes.
You interviewed a woman named Nancy Spears.
That name sounds familiar.
She contacted the resident agency in the Quad Cities of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Do you recall that?
Again, the name sounds familiar, but I do not recall all the details there.
Do you recall her calling in saying that she had
I'm gonna
overheard?
object, you're saying.
Sustained.
All I asked is if you recalled. I didn't ask the content of the conversation.
He was beginning to introduce her statements.
It appeared that you were about to introduce the statement, Mr. Freeze.
In the course of your investigation, is it common to interview witnesses?
Yes,
And you do interview these witnesses for the purposes of furthering your investigation.
yes,
And that sometimes requires you to talk to witnesses, correct?
correct.
It requires you to listen to them and develop a theory or whether to follow up on those conversations, right?
To get their story and figure out what they want to tell me.
And if you authored a report that says Nancy Spears called in on a tip line to give information. Would that be in the course of your investigation?
Would I be able to refresh my memory and look at that report?
Would it refresh your recollection if I showed you?
Yes.
So the report dated 9/15/2023, 1/2.
Looks familiar. Yes.
So having seen that now, is your recollection refreshed?
I briefly looked over it.
So it's refreshed?
Yes.
So this was done in the course of your investigation,
Yes.
and the conversation you had with Ms. Spears simply intends to show that what you did with that information, correct?
That report shows what she told me.
She had information that somebody she had heard indicated that
Objection, here's the.
it's a non-hearsay purpose. It's a course of his investigation. It's just like giving off information to a police
Approach the
officer.
bench, please. I'm going to allow the question and overrule the objection.
You want to read the question back, please?
Could you just rephrase, please?
Okay. In the course of your investigation, you spoke to this Nancy Spears, correct?
Yes.
And this Nancy Spears informed you that she had information that she heard someone admit to burying a body with someone else, a little girl, at Credit Island, correct?
I believe that's correct. I did not read that report in full.
Okay. What did you do with that information?
So information that comes in, I document like that, and then I follow up if it appears there's any credibility.
So when you followed up on this information, what credibility did it have?
I don't recall exactly what I did following that report.
So just so I'm clear, the state walked you through an examination of what items you sent off to the lab and deemed relevant for a bit of time. As you sit here today, you know that none of those items came back with Breasia Terrell's DNA on them, right?
The items that I sent to the lab, to my understanding, came back with no DNA matches.
And the swabs taken from, and the cuttings taken from Mr. Dinkins had no DNA from Ms. Terrell, right?
That is correct.
That's all I have.
Ms. O'Donnell?
Thank you, Your Honor. Agent Smith, excuse me, that tip from Nancy Spears, your report stated September 16th, 2020, is it fair to say then that tip would have been provided around that time?
Yes,
And essentially, she reported that somebody buried a body, or she heard somebody say that somebody buried a body of a little girl on Credit Island.
yes.
At that point, had Credit Island been thoroughly searched?
From my memory, that area had been thoroughly searched.
Mhm.
Had there been any discovery of a body of any person while that search was occurring?
No,
Now, you were asked about the DNA results of the items that were sent off to the crime lab, and specifically the Impala. To your knowledge, was there any DNA from Henry Dinkins found in that Impala?
not that I recall.
Same with the RV. To your knowledge, was there any DNA from Henry Dinkins found from the RV?
No,
Now, you were asked about opening the case with the FBI on July 11th, 2020, and you were shown that communication log that you would have had to prepare in order to get approval to open that case. Is that fair?
that is fair, yes.
That report is approximately 3 pages long. Is that fair?
I think that's correct, yes.
And that would include a summary of the information that you had available to you at that point in time, as of July 11th.
Yes,
And so the information you had at that point that you were asked was provided to you by the Davenport Police Department. Is that fair?
that is fair.
But that would have included statements from Andrea Culberson, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
That would have included statements from Henry Dinkins at that point, who had been interviewed on July 10th.
Yes,
That would have included statements from DL, or the son, notorious, of Henry Dinkins, correct?
yes,
And that also would have included sort of this cursory search by Davenport Police Department of all of the vehicles involved as well, correct?
yes. It would have been a summary of information that I received from Davenport to show the reason why we opened the case.
And at that point, were you aware that Andrea Culberson, I believe you had testified, had reported seeing Breasia Terrell outside of Henry Dinkins' Impala, or that Impala, at approximately 3 o'clock in the morning on July 10th?
Yes,
And DL, during his interview, had reported driving around that morning and his dad had gone fishing. Do you
That's-
recall that?
I do, yes.
And he also reported seeing a knife that his dad had cleaned with bleach.
Yes,
And you also noted that in that cursory search from the Impala, that the Davenport Police Department noticed they smelled bleach when they opened the trunk of his car.
that is correct.
And you noted as well that during Dinkins' interview, that he was unable to answer basic questions about where he looked for Breasia that morning, was unable to point to any location on a map.
That's my understanding, yes.
And so as of July 11th, that was all of the information you were aware of and were relying on when you made this request to open this case, with the potential thought that Henry Dinkins abducted Breasia Terrell.
That's correct.
I don't have anything further.
Mr. Freeze?
When you received the call in September regarding the person who evidently had heard about someone burying a child or a body at Credit Island, you did have information regarding the gentleman with the cadaver dogs having positive hits for decomposing bodies on Credit Island though, right?
I don't recall that portion.
You don't recall having any knowledge of the use of cadaver dogs and their conclusions?
I do not.
But you recall Credit Island being awash as far as the search?
Yes.
Okay. You were asked about DNA of Henry Dinkins in Henry Dinkins' car. Given the circumstances, you wouldn't have expected to find Henry Dinkins' blood in his car, right?
It's hard for me to say. It's his vehicle. That's a difficult one to answer.
Okay. You had no reason to believe. You've seen video, or perhaps even Mr. Dinkins himself, and he had no evidence of injury, right?
I don't remember any items of injury or him being injured.
All right. That's all I have. Thank you.
Just briefly, is blood the only source of DNA?
No.
Sweat, for example, is a bodily fluid in which somebody could locate DNA.
I'm not an expert in that field, but I believe so, yes. Alongside saliva, things of that nature.
On, again, July 10th, when Dinkins was at the Davenport Police Department and was photographed, he didn't appear to have any injuries on him, correct?
Not that I remember.
Given the situation here where we're talking about an adult dealing with a child, is that surprising that Mr. Dinkins would not have any injuries on him?
Not surprising.
Why not?
The victim was much smaller. It's a child. That wouldn't surprise me.
I have no further questions.
You may step down.
Thank you, sir.
The state's next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Officer Craig Burkle to the stand.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? Please have a seat. You may proceed, Ms. Dinkins.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please state your name for the record.
Officer Craig Burkle.
What is your occupation?
I'm a police officer with the city of Davenport.
How long have you been employed for the Davenport Police Department?
22 years.
Describe your prior educational background.
Graduated from college. After going to college, I got hired with the police department. Then we went to the police academy. And then we come through field training phase.
And then over the course of your career, have you gone through just extensive training in a number of different areas.
Yeah, we always have schooling, continuing education, getting training through other officers in different areas.
Okay, what I'd like to talk with you about is the nature of your assignment with the department back in July of 2020. What was the nature of your assignment at that time?
At that time, I was assigned to the patrol division
What shift were you working?
first.
Were you on duty on July 10th of 2020?
Yes,
What hours are entailed within the first shift?
approximately 6:45 a.m. to 3:15 p.m.
Did you respond to a dispatch that came out at 8:42 a.m.?
Yes.
And what was the nature of the dispatch?
Responded to a call of a missing child,
What address were you sent to?
2744 East 53rd Street, apartment 8.
Could you describe the location that you went to?
It's off 53rd Street as you get towards the east side of town. Then you go north into the parking lot, and there's several apartment buildings up there.
What's the name of this particular complex?
I don't know the exact name of the complex.
Okay, and I'll just ask you, does Jersey Meadows sound familiar?
Yes,
All right, now 53rd runs what directions?
east-west.
And then which side of 53rd is the Jersey Meadow apartment complex located on?
North side.
When you went to that location, were you to meet with anyone there, or were you simply sent out to that address?
The defendant, Mr. Dinkins, called, and he was reporting that when he woke up this morning, there was a missing child.
And actually, what I want to do is I want to go back to your investigative report. Do you have that right there before you?
Yes,
All right. In the information that you received, did you believe that Henry Dinkins was the subject that called in, or that it was actually Aisha Langford, the mother, who had called that the child was missing?
Mr. Dinkins.
That's the information that was given to you?
Yes.
Did you know if that was correct or not?
No, to
Okay.
this day, I still believe that it was him.
All right. So then, as far as just a child being reported missing, what additional information was provided about that child?
When I was dispatched, they didn't have a clothing description yet, and there is very vague information. I had to meet with the complainant.
Okay. Officer Burkle, let me ask you about this. When you were going out on this call, did you have any information about Aisha Langford, the mother, having initially called 911 and then being directed to the general number over at the Davenport Police Department?
No, I didn't know Aisha was going to be there until I pulled in the parking lot.
Certainly. And then did you have any information that Aisha Langford actually had communicated with communication specialist Mona Varelli at the Davenport Police Department to provide details about her child missing and how she had found out about that?
I did not.
Overruled.
All right. So then when you pulled into the complex itself, were there any involved parties that were there and initiated contact with you as you arrived?
Yes.
Who was that?
Aisha and her son.
All right. Describe what happened when you arrived there in the parking lot.
She was sitting in her car waiting for me, and as I got out of my car, she approached me, and she said that her child was missing.
What type of vehicle were you operating?
A marked squad car
And then how were you dressed that day?
in police blue uniform.
Okay. And so by virtue of that, would you clearly be recognized as a law enforcement member?
Yes.
Officer Burkle, could you describe for us the type of equipment that you have attached to your uniform that you wear each day as you go out and perform your duties?
We have a body camera that is attached to us that records everything we do and say.
Okay. Where is that body camera affixed to?
Center chest.
And were you wearing your body-worn camera that day?
Yes.
Would the contact that you would have had with involved parties there at the Jersey Meadows apartment complex have been captured and documented on that body-worn camera.
Yes.
All right, now let's just go ahead and step outside the storyline for the time being. But let's talk about how that footage then is preserved. Explain the process. So as you go about your duties, is that body-worn camera activated during any contact that you have with members of the public when you go on a call?
Yes.
Okay, what is done with the footage that's captured through that body-worn camera at the end of your shift?
At the end of the shift, we save it for determine what the call is. We determine the length that we want it saved for.
Okay.
Every call, depending upon how it's classified, is preserved for a certain amount of time.
Okay, so there's a retention period that you can select for that footage to be saved as evidence?
Correct.
All right. And then when you return to the department, is that footage downloaded into some type of system?
Yes.
Explain.
When we plug in our camera at the end of the day to charge it up, there's charging stations that automatically download all the videos that we took from the day, and those videos are saved.
Okay. And then are those accessible as an item of evidence when there has been a formal prosecution that is filed and there's the need to be able to view and utilize that evidence in the course of a prosecution?
Yes.
Would that procedure have been followed in this particular instance?
Yes.
Okay. Now, going back to your arrival there at the department, when you got out of your patrol vehicle, was Aisha Langford the first person to make contact with you?
Yes.
Did you see anyone else there in the apartment complex at that time, or I should say the parking lot of the complex at that time, other than Aisha Langford?
Not at that immediate time.
Okay. Describe what happened when that contact occurred between the two of you.
Between Aisha and I,
Yeah.
she approached me, and you could tell that she was kind of shooken. She was concerned her daughter was missing, and that's what she said. Shortly after that, Henry came out from inside the building, and he approached me.
All right. Did Miss Langford indicate to you how she had learned that her daughter was missing?
Yes.
And what did she share with you?
She said that Henry called her this
Okay.
morning.
Who was the child identified as?
Breasia, Terrell.
All right. Okay. Now, when Mr. Dinkins came out of the apartment building, did he approach you?
Yes.
Okay. In that approach, did he describe for you what relationship he had to this particular apartment complex?
Not at that time. Eventually learned that he was living there with his girlfriend of 6 years.
Okay. And then who was his girlfriend?
Her name is Andrea Culberson.
Did you at some point during contact identify what apartment Mr. Dinkins had been living at with Andrea Culberson?
Yes.
All right. So with Aisha indicating that she'd learned from Mr. Dinkins, Breasia was missing, did you turn your focus to Mr. Dinkins?
Yes.
How would you describe his emotional comportment?
He didn't seem very concerned. He seemed very relaxed. Nothing out of the ordinary for me going to another call.
Okay, all right. And let's just talk about this. With your tenure at the Davenport Police Department, over the course of your career, as an officer, have you responded to a number of calls where either parents or individuals who are tasked with supervising children have called and reported a child missing?
Yes.
Just tell us about what that experience typically looks like.
Based on my experience over my career, there's a good amount of time that we go to it. The child's just hiding inside the house. So sometimes we find them inside the house, and sometimes they're a runaway, and sometimes they become a missing person. But it's our job to look into this and to try to determine which way we're looking at.
Okay. Normally, if there's a child reported missing, is that child found fairly quickly?
To determine what's quickly.
Okay, and that is a relative term.
Yeah.
All right, so just give us a sense of your own perspective. A parent calls, says, I can't find my child.
50% of the time, we'll find them pretty quickly.
Okay,
The other 50% of the time, they may be a runaway for a few days, a few weeks. and sometimes they become a missing person.
Okay. In your career, though, how many investigations have you ever been involved in here in the Scott County area where there was a child reported missing that was never found?
None.
All right. Now, that being said, describe what developed during your contact with Mr. Dinkins.
We started off a conversation. It was very casual. He said that Breasia and her brother, who
We're
is his
referring to
son,
him as DL.
DL, they came and spent the night last night. And when he woke up this morning, Breasia was missing.
To be clear, did he say when he woke up that morning, Breasia was missing?
Yes.
When he made that statement, having woken up and Breasia was missing, what impression did that create for you as an officer?
Well, it was 8:42 in the morning. So at that time, I was thinking maybe Mr. Dinkins just woke up and realized that she was missing. But later in the conversation, he ends up saying, I've been looking for her for a few hours.
Okay. While you were having that discussion with him then, where was Aisha Langford at?
She is back in her car, I believe.
Okay. At some point in time, does she approach to listen to the conversation between yourself and Mr. Dinkins?
Yes.
And then describe the dynamics that developed as the two parties are there and you are just trying to gather details.
As I'm trying to gather details, they get into a verbal argument. They start yelling at each other. Aisha is upset, like, you lost my child, you lost my child. And Mr. Dinkins kept replying, I didn't lose your child. You know, she's gone, or she's missing from, I woke up, she was missing. She ended up just getting upset, and she took DL back to the car. And I proceeded to speaking to Mr. Dinkins to try to get more info.
Okay. Now, at the point that Aisha had gone back to her car, what types of personal information were you trying to collect from Mr. Dinkins?
Every time I go to a call and there's going to be a report generated, I always get the name, date of birth, personal information, address, phone numbers, places of employment, different things like that that we all need for a report.
Okay. As you were going through that process with Mr. Dinkins, describe what occurred.
He gave me his name. He gave me his date of birth. I asked for his address next. He said he didn't know his address. I was like, you don't know your address? And he's like, it's somewhere down by Ralston, Perina. And that is the complete opposite side of the city that we're on. I said, okay. And I was like, what's your phone number? And he's like, I don't know my phone number either. I was like, how do you not know your phone number? And he's like, well, hold on a minute. And he looked up his phone and he proceeded to find his phone number and gave it to me then.
Okay. Are telephones a device that become very important tools for law enforcement during the course of investigations?
Yes.
Explain.
They're basically a digital footprint of yourself. Everything you do is pretty much becomes saved on that phone. Every text you send, every thing you Google, everything that you do on that phone, it's a digital footprint that follows you around forever.
All right. And that being said, did this cell phone of Mr. Dinkins actually become very important in the course of the investigation?
Yeah.
All right. Is the telephone then associated with the phone that he has very important?
Yes.
And in the course of investigations, do law enforcement then take those telephone numbers and apply for search warrants?
Yes.
Okay. Now, within the context of that conversation, then, did you speak to him about just your own experience as an officer when people call in and say that their children are missing?
Yeah, I did. I said, hey, don't be offended by this, but based on my experience doing this job, a lot of times the kids are still inside the house. I go, would you mind if I go into the apartment one more time and take a look?
What was his response to that request?
He said he already looked. She's not there. And so I asked, do you mind if can I take another look? He said, sure.
Okay. Where did you proceed at that point?
We walked back to the apartment door, and we were greeted outside the front door by his girlfriend, Andrea.
Okay. Officer Burkle, I'd like for you to come down to the diagram so that we've got some perspective where that front door to apartment number 8 is relative to the parking lot and also Costco, because had discussions about Costco. What I'll have you do, I'm gonna have you just erase this that's been drawn over by Eastern Veterans. But let's leave everything here relative to River Drive and Craig Island.
Oh.
I know it doesn't give you much space to work with. It looks like we used a marker that wasn't a driveway stop. All right, show us where the apartment building is situated. Place Costco. Show us where we would access the door, and then just give us a perspective of the parking lot where individuals who live in that building would park. And we're going to just use this small area down here. It's not the best I know.
This is an Eastern Avenue. And we have veterans up here to the north. We'll have Jersey Ridge down here. So 53rd Street. So we're gonna
And then just
go up in here, and it's a little longer entrance, we gotta go up. The building's gonna be there's a bunch of buildings. So as you pull into the entrance right here, this is all parking lot. This is all parking. This is the building right there.
all right, and then right in Costco so that we know where Costco is located at.
Tree line right here. Costco.
All right, okay.
Officer, if you could please just step off to the side, point that out to me again.
Yeah, let's walk through that.
It's
And then
very
just-
it's very difficult. I know with the board and positioning yourself, if you'd step off to the side and just show that to me so I can see what we were discussing.
And then Officer Burkle, what I'll do is we'll walk this for purposes of our written record. Over there behind your seat, there's a pointer. Can you see that, Officer Burkle, on the witness stand? Okay. All right. Now, as we're looking at the diagram, have you drawn Jersey Ridge? What direction does Jersey Ridge run?
North south.
All right. And then does 53rd intersect to Jersey Ridge?
It does.
What direction does 53rd run?
This goes east-west. You gotta disregard this north up here. North is actually this way. So
Certainly.
this way.
Now, is the apartment complex located on the north side of 53rd or the south side of 53rd?
North south.
Okay. And then can you show us on the diagram just generally where you had depicted the drive going into the apartment complex and just some samples of buildings that you had drawn?
So that's the entrance right there. There's multiple pods. There's hundreds of pods.
Sure.
There's multiple pods, and all of them, as you come in, will be apartment, apartment, apartment. Then it starts to dip back. You go to apartment, 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 apartment. Then it comes back towards the entrance. And then you'll keep driving down. It's the same thing. As you pull in, this is all parking lot right here. And the building is right there with the tree line and Costco.
Okay. And then for purposes of our written record, Costco would lie what direction relative to the building where apartment number 8 was situated?
East.
East. Okay. Now, in that parking lot area, do you access the front door from that parking lot, or do you have to go somewhere else to access the front door to apartment number 8?
The there's 4 apartments on the front of the apartment, and then there's 4 on the back. This is apartment 8. You have to walk around to the back to access the apartment.
Okay, so then essentially, would it be on the Costco side of that physical structure?
Yes.
Okay, all right, go ahead and take your seat, and thank you for that. I appreciate that. Officer Burkle, when you had reiterated that you would like to take another look, at the point that you proceeded back to apartment 8, what did Mr. Dinkins do?
He walked back there with me.
Okay, now, is there a sidewalk that runs the distance
Yeah.
to the backside of that building?
The whole thing is, yeah, there's sidewalks that get you to each apartment on the front side and the back side.
Did you have any sense of the proximity of Mr. Dinkins to yourself as you approached apartment number 8?
He was within, he was near me,
Okay.
within 5-10 feet.
And then describe what happened when you got to apartment number 8.
Andrea was standing outside. I think we knocked. We knocked on the door. Andrea came down. I identified myself. I was in uniform. I explained to her, I said, based on my experience, a lot of times these kids are hiding inside the house or apartment. I go, would you mind if I come in and take another look? She looked at me, and then she pointed at Henry, and she's like, did he say that's okay? And I looked, and I was like, yeah. And she's like, okay, come in. And so I went in. It was a small apartment. It's a 1-bedroom apartment. And I proceeded to look around in the apartment, looking under the beds, looking in the closets, looking in the kitchen, and I didn't see any indication of her being in there.
Okay. Officer Brokaw, with you being inside apartment number 8, was there anything about the condition of the apartment that would have given you pause for concern? And let me be more specific. Was there anything in that apartment that would suggest that something terrible had happened in the apartment?
Not at that time. I mean, I'm just looking for, to make sure she's not there.
Okay, so does it look like a normal apartment?
Yeah,
All right. Did you check closets?
yes,
And of course, you indicated under the bed. Would you even check cupboards?
I didn't look inside cupboards, no.
Okay, but she's not there.
Right.
While you were up there checking the apartment, did Mr. Dinkins come into the apartment?
No,
And so when you had gone in to check, had you lost sight of where he was at?
yes.
Describe then what you discovered.
As I was only in there for 5 minutes, you know, as I came back outside, I need more information from Henry. I believe he's the complainant who called me wanting to file this missing person report. And I don't have a lot of information yet. So I come outside and I'm like, where's Henry at? And I go to the front of the building, the side, and I don't see him anywhere.
Okay. What do you do at that point?
I ended up calling him with the number that he provided to me.
Okay. And then when you called Mr. Dinkins with the number that he provided to you, did he answer that phone?
No,
Okay. Was that the only call then that you made to him throughout the course of that morning?
no, I made 6 phone calls in that first hour.
And in those 6 calls that you made in that first hour, did he ever pick up any of those calls?
He did not, and I was unable to leave a message because his voice box was full.
Okay. At some point then, do you try to contact him in a different way?
I do.
Explain.
I ended up texting him, identifying myself as Officer Burkle, because obviously he wouldn't have my phone number. And I said, I need him to call me back so I can get more information so I can file this report.
Okay. What time did you send the text?
It was 10:43, I believe, so little over 2 hours after the initial call came in.
All right. Thank you for bringing that up. There's been testimony offered that Aisha Langford's conversation with Mona Varelli occurred at 8:29. Did you get dispatched after 8:29 a.m.?
Yes.
All right. Will your body worn camera, does it have any type of date or time that appears on that footage to give us a perspective of when your initial contact would have occurred with the parties?
Yes.
Okay, all right. And then, did Mr. Dinkins ever return your text?
Never returned my text. He called me at 12:04, and when he called me, he told me that he's walking into the police department.
Okay. Now, do you do a search of the area out there?
Yeah.
Describe the search that you conducted.
Earlier, things just aren't sitting right. And so I contacted my supervisor, Sergeant Willie, and I said, things just aren't adding up here. And so he came out. Then we called for more officers. And we eventually got a picture from Aisha of what Breasia looked like. And like I said, there's, a few hundred apartments out there and businesses. So we went knocking on every single door. And some answers, some no answers, but we were looking for her. And nobody had seen her. And nobody had seen anything suspicious. And so we were just looking for more answers.
Okay. If you were to compare the dynamics of this missing child report to prior missing child reports that you'd handled in the past, how would you compare your feeling?
Like I said, something just wasn't sitting right with me. We had gone to different lengths that I have never personally done in 19 years at that time. Then we ended up getting drones out, searching fields, going to businesses, because it's on 53rd Street, going to different neighborhoods, things like that.
Okay. Was that entire area along 53rd Street to include both commercial businesses, but also residential areas, canvassed and searched by law enforcement?
Yes.
Did the Detective Bureau end up coming out that morning?
Yes.
Okay. And if you could just give us a sense of just the manpower and how they were responding out to the area when things weren't sitting right with officers, how would you describe that?
As the day went on, just more officers kept coming and coming as we were, as sources were needed.
Sure.
We had a lot of ground, a lot of area to cover, and we just kept, more officers kept coming to help.
Okay. And were there any breaks at all to give any indication of where Breasia was at?
No.
All right. Now, let's talk about Aisha. So Aisha had left with the Torias. When you contacted her, did she give you an indication of collecting information for law enforcement to utilize?
Yes.
And what had she been collecting for law enforcement to utilize?
Well, I contacted her to get it because she had left prior to me being able to speak to her about it because she was frustrated. And then I tried to get a little background on the story. One Breasia went over, one DL went over, and she provided that to me. She said, and then I said, "You got pictures?" Because we need pictures of what Breasia currently looks like.
Okay. Now, Aisha has testified at this point in time, and she described a narrative of events. Let me ask you this. Did she indicate what date Mr. Dinkins had come into contact with DL and Breasia?
Yes.
And what was your understanding relative to July 10th?
Mr. Dinkins went over to the grandmother's house to pick up DL. And while he was there, they asked if anybody else wanted to go. And Breasia and the older brother both wanted to go. But Mr. Dinkins said that he'll take Breasia, but he's not taking the older brother.
Okay, all right. And then from there, was there a discussion about how she found out Breasia was purportedly missing?
How did she find out?
Right.
Yeah, she said she received the phone call that morning
From who?
from Mr. Dinkins that he woke up and Breasia was missing.
And then did she share with you any information about what DL told her after they left the apartment complex that morning and she went to look for pictures?
So after their verbal argument, when she took DL back to the car and they left, DL told her that Mr. Dinkins came into the room that Breasia and DL were sleeping in and woke Breasia up and said, "Let's go." And she got up and left.
Okay, and then did DL indicate whether or not he'd ever seen Breasia again after that?
No, he said he started crying, went back to sleep, and never woke back up until Andrea came in and during daylight time,
Okay.
sometime in the morning.
And then did you have a chance to speak with DL about those particular topics?
Yeah,
And what was that, what DL confirmed for you?
yeah,
All right. Did you also have an opportunity to speak with Andrea Culberson?
yes,
Did Andrea Culberson provide you a description of what had occurred the previous evening after the children had arrived there at the apartment complex?
yeah,
All right. And then did she give you a timeline of what had occurred early that morning when she woke up and what she discovered?
yeah.
Okay. And then what was your understanding of the time that she had woken up?
Due to being a one-bedroom apartment, they let the kids, both Breasia and DL, sleep in the bed while her and Mr. Dinkins laid on the air mattress out in the living room. She said she woke up around 3 o'clock, noticed Mr. Dinkins was no longer there, and but she noticed his phone was still at the apartment, so she never called him.
Okay. And then did she notice Breasia gone at that point?
She said, yeah, Breasia was gone at that
Okay.
point.
Let's talk about Mr. Dinkins and what he was wearing at the apartment complex.
Ms. Henning, I apologize for
Sure.
the interruption, but I think this will be a natural break.
Sure.
In your questioning, we will take our mid-morning break, adjournment for 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, the judge mumbled. I didn't hear him say he was going off on break. Let's see. Let's play back and see how long a break.
Apartment complex.
Ms. Cunningham, I apologize for
Sure.
the interruption, but I think this will be a natural break.
Sure.
In your questioning, we will take our mid-morning break, adjournment for 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, sounds like it's a short one. Okay, so let's see. What do we have? Yes, it was sad. That was I was poisoned by my furnace for 9 months while before I ended up at the emergency room in convulsions, and in litigation found out that there was a problem with the furnace going back 3 years prior to my moving in. And so if he slept on the other side of the wall, he was getting poisoned for years probably. At a lower dose, mind you, but still he was never treated because he didn't end up in convulsions like I did. So the carbon monoxide would remain bound to the blood and causing more neurological damage. Okay, let's see. We're going to look for, let's see, are they still doing the sentencing? Let's take a look. Okay, we have it just ended in Georgia. Let's take a look. We'll skim through some of this this sentencing for Austin Ford for what charges he did get convicted of, and maybe they'll tell us if they're going to try him a third time. Let's see. Nice thing about playback is we have control. Looks like we've got a half an hour of dead time before they ever started, so.
All right, good morning, Mr. Norris Lewis. If you could just call the calendar, please.
I believe the first matter on the calendar
I'll call it if you don't have it.
is, well, both matters on the calendar relate to case 23B00981-3. The first matter is a contempt hearing against Ms. Sheila Holly, and she is represented by Mr. Lamar Smith. Mr. Smith was present. I believe he had to go down to the second floor to check into a courtroom between when the court first came on the bench and now. But I expect him to return shortly.
All right, we'll hold for him on that, but I intend to go forward on the other matter first.
It's 23B00981-3, State of Georgia versus Austin Tybee Ford. Before the court for status and or sentencing.
In the state's position,
Your Honor, with a heavy heart, this state is announcing that it is not going to proceed with a third trial on counts 1 through 5 in the state of Georgia versus
Okay,
Austin Tybee
so
Ford. And the state is asking that he be sentenced on counts 6, 7, and 8 after being duly convicted of those matters at the conclusion of the first trial.
So
and
no,
Mr. Lawrence Lewis, on behalf of Mr. Ford, are you prepared with that announcement to go forward with sentencing this morning?
Yes, Judge.
All right.
no third trial.
The first jury having reached a unanimous verdict solely as to count 6, 7, and 8, count 6 being theft by taking, count 7 being theft by taking, count 8 being concealing death of another, and the court having declared a mistrial as to counts 1 through 5, and a second jury having heard evidence in the case and being unable to reach a unanimous verdict on counts 1 through 5, the court is left with sentencing solely as to counts 6, 7, and 8. I will hear first from the state with any evidence in aggravation and any other relevant evidence you want to present with regard to sentencing.
Your Honor, the state does not have evidence in aggravation in as much as this defendant did not have a prior criminal record. There are victim impact statements, 4 that I expect will be spoken if the court would like to take them now or after any evidence in mitigation is given, as well as the state does have a recommendation.
Okay.
Your Honor,
Let me hear the recommendation then first, please.
Your Honor, the sentence range for counts 6, 7, and 8 is each 1 to 10 years to be as the court sees fit. The state is recommending a sentence respectfully of 30 years and that to be served in custody. A sentence of 10 years on each count to be run consecutively to each other. The state's position and the reason for that understanding that he was not convicted of counts 1 through 5, that the theft of the vehicle, the theft of the gun, and concealing the death of another in the manner in which it was done was concealing the death of Tory Lang, one that by his own admission, he at the very least was aware of. This defendant spoke with her family members. He went to her funeral. He initially contacted Tory's mother, and when he knew what had happened to Tory, when Tory was just missing as far as the family knew, when he knew what had happened, he said nothing. He pretended to look for Tori. He pretended to be a concerned friend, knowing that he disposed of the weapon that she was killed with. He disposed of her vehicle. He continued to conceal any knowledge about Tori's death until he was finally caught in a number of lies by Detective Carter, but not till months and months later. This is having talked to her mother on the phone after having gone to her funeral, after having pretended to be someone who cared about her and was concerned about the family's grieving. That is, it is malignant and heinous to behave in that manner, and thus add to the grief and to the wrong that has been done to the Lang family. So the state does respectfully ask this court to sentence this defendant to the maximum possible sentence and ask that it be served in the custody of the Georgia Department of Corrections.
Okay, two questions.
Your
Is
Honor.
a 30-year to serve sentence in line with what the state would normally ask for these 3 charges for someone with no prior criminal history? I mean, is that in line with what you would recommend in a case where somebody has been convicted of these charges?
Under these circumstances, yes, he's though not convicted of being the direct perpetrator of her death,
Or can I sentence him for that?
and I'm not asking you to, because the jury has spoken. They were unable to reach a verdict. 2 juries were unable to reach a verdict on that, and the state's not asking this because it could not secure a conviction on the other counts. But the state is asking that you consider the level of grief and strife that was visited upon the Lang family by this defendant based on the offenses even for which he has been convicted, and how not knowing knowledge of her death and knowing that a close friend of hers had knowledge of her death, at the very least, for months, and failed to share that with the family, allowed them to spend at least 2 days not knowing what had happened to her at all, then to find out that she had been shot in the head and he left her in Yellow River Park. And that is what he is convicted of. And I do believe that the sentence the state has requested is appropriate based on the facts and circumstances here. Obviously, each recommendation made by the state is made considering the entire body of facts and circumstances. And though he has no prior criminal record, that does not mitigate how heinous his actions actually were and how they impacted the Lang family.
All right, have you prepared a null pros for the court on the prior indictment 22B03732-3?
I will provide the court with one, yes.
All right, that will need to be provided today.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let me hear from Mr. Lawrence Lewis. Do you intend to call any witnesses?
I'll probably go call some witnesses. I don't know if you want to hear me speak first in terms of an argument or just hear from the witnesses. I mean, it's the court's preference.
Let me hear from your witnesses, and then I'll hear from your argument. And by witnesses, that would include Mr. Ford in the event that he wishes to speak as well.
I apologize, Judge. No sooner than I say that, but let me say something because I think the court's going to have to think about something while the court hears the witnesses. I know the court can do 2 things at one time. So let me just say this first. Judge, my client was convicted of counts 6, 7, and 8. He wasn't convicted of concealing the death of another. He was convicted in count 8 of tampering with evidence.
No, you continue to refer to the first indictment that
Oh,
charged him with that. The second indictment for which he was actually tried, count 8 is concealing the death of another.
I got it. Let me read the language in there. In that particular indictment, Judge. Got it. Judge, ultimately, 6, 7, and 8, I think exactly carried the penalty that the prosecutors outlined, 1 to 30. I'm going to be asking the court to consider a sentence of 10 to serve 2, which I suspect is what is in line with what the state would recommend had we not had 2 hung jury trials. What the state is asking the court to do right now is sentence my client to 30 years in prison, 10 plus 10 plus 10. The difference is on that 30, obviously he would be eligible for parole because none of those are mandatory minimums. Ultimately, if my client had been found guilty of any sort of murder charge, felony murder, the court would have to give him a mandatory minimum sentence of 30 years. And that's exactly what they're asking the court for today, 30 years. I always love how the state says in every trial, we love our burden, we accept the burden, but they don't really accept the burden. It's almost as ridiculous as when they say we love speedy trial demands when they're twisting in the wind and emailing me 1,000 times when I'm on trial about this speedy trial demand. It's just not true. Just tell the truth. They're asking the court to sentence my client to 30 years, which is exactly the sentence that the court would have to give him. The court would have to give him life if he was found guilty of murder. And life in Georgia is 30 years before you're eligible for parole. Obviously, life with the possibility of parole might mean that he might be denied parole at 30 and then come back up at 36, 42, 48, 54. In typically periods of 6 to 7 years, parole circles back around and considers parole again. But what the state is asking the court for today is basically to sentence him as if he had been convicted of the murder charge. That's clear law. Life in Georgia means 30 years before you're eligible for parole. The only difference between life being eligible for parole at 30 and you giving my client 30 is that he would be eligible for parole much sooner on the 30 because it's not 30 to the door because there's no mandatory minimum. Other than that, Judge, there's no factual difference in ultimately what the prosecutor is asking the court for. So I'm gonna respectfully, Judge, argue that the sentence that would be more in line would be something that would sound like 10 served 2, and obviously I would argue that my client should get credit for time served. And I'll call his mother as my first witness on the stand, Judge.
She'll need to come around and take the witness stand for me, please. And Mr. Smith, are you present on behalf of Ms. Holly for the contempt hearing?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and we'll address that after sentencing. They're both related matters, but I'm going to address sentencing first to give Ms. Holly a chance to speak on behalf of Mr. Ford.
You know the timeline. I have a calendar, Judge.
I'm happy to let her know you're here with me, but I can't excuse you. I will email her now. Just give me a moment. Give me just a moment. All right, please proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Raise your right hand, man. You swear affirm the testimony presented this morning in cases State of Georgia versus Austin. Type brief Ford will be the truth, the whole truth, and none but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, you can put your hand down. State your full name.
Sheila Holly.
All right, and your relationship to Austin Ford?
I'm his mother.
Okay. Prior to Austin being locked up, did Austin live with you?
Yes, he did.
Okay. Has Austin lived with you most of his life?
Yes.
Is Austin your only child?
No.
Okay. How many other children do you have?
I have one older son.
All right.
Austin.
Meaning, of course, implicitly that Austin is your youngest son. How old is Austin?
Austin is 22.
Did Austin graduate from high school?
No, he didn't.
All right. Do you remember what high school he was in when he did not finish high school?
He was in Stevenson High School.
All right. What grade did he complete all the way through?
He completed the 10th grade.
10th grade. And in 11th grade, did he leave school?
It was COVID time during the 11th grade.
Okay, so 11th grade was one of those times where he may have done some online schooling for a bit?
A little, yes.
Okay. Did he ever return to school after COVID?
No.
All right. Do you know if he's earned his GED or high school equivalency yet?
He was going to Job Corps. We were waiting for Job Corps to be back in session, but COVID started. So he was gonna go, he was on his way to Job Corps.
Okay. Does he have any children?
No.
Doesn't have any children. Who's here in the courtroom in support of Austin Ford? Who's here?
His pastor, who also was his football coach from since he was 8 years old,
Okay, and his name?
is Pastor Shelley.
What do you want the judge to know about Austin Ford?
Austin has a generous heart. He's actually an empath, very spiritual. He assists all his friends. I had to really instill in Austin that the way he looks, he needs to tame it down because his appearance may be intimidating to other people, and he just may look like other people that do indecent things. So I really had to instill in him that he really have to show up and really be himself, show the nice guy that he is, and that's what he do. He helps all of his friends.
I don't have any other questions. The prosecutor, he may have some questions for you.
Questions from the state?
None, Your Honor.
All right, ma'am, you can step down and return to your seat.
Judge, I'm gonna call Pastor Shelley to the stand.
You can have a seat. Raise your right hand. Do you swear from testimony you provide this morning, case the state of Georgia versus Austin Ford will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, you can put your hand down. You and I haven't spoken before today, have we?
Not at all.
Okay, yeah, and because I'm rushing from another courtroom here and I'm late for this court, you and I
I'm
didn't get a
sorry.
chance to talk this morning.
Have him state his name.
Yes, what's your name, sir?
Yaquis Shelley, Senior.
Okay, give me,
Spell it for us, please.
Yaquis, Yaquis, Shelley, Shelley.
Thank you.
Senior.
thank you very much. So you and I didn't get a chance to talk because I was running late this morning. I've called you to the stand. I promise you, every question I ask you, you're gonna know the answer to, all right? Have you testified before?
Ever?
Ever?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. Take a deep breath. If you don't understand the question that I'm asking because I'm talking too fast with my Jersey accent or something, just let me know and I'll rephrase the question, okay?
Yes.
What is the role that you played in Austin Ford's life?
Coach, I initially met Austin. His mom brought him to Central DeKalb to play youth football.
Central DeKalb at what age?
We met Austin around 10 or 11.
He was 10 or 11 at the time. Okay. And when was the last time you coached him in football?
12 years old.
12 years old. Okay. So when he was in high school, you weren't doing any coaching?
Not the coaching
Okay.
piece.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fine. Did you ever go and watch any of his games? Did you sort of follow what was going on with his football in high school?
Yes. During the football piece, they end up coming to the church. So I've been around Austin for 12 years.
Okay. Post high school, Austin also played some kind of football?
No, not post high school. He just attended the church.
May the record reflect that I've showed counsel of DeMarcus State's Exhibit number 127. May I quote, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing in what's DeMarcus State's Exhibit 127 for purposes of identification. Are you familiar with what this exhibit is?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what is this exhibit?
It's a video of the actual events that occurred that day of my body cam.
All right. Were you out for several hours that day working this investigation?
Yeah.
As far as what's depicted on this recording, is this just a portion that would show your contact with Aisha Langford, Mr. Dinkins, and Andrea Culberson, and then what you started to do shortly after you exited that apartment?
Yes.
And is that an accurate depiction of what was documented on your body-worn camera?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit 127.
No objection.
Exhibit 127 will be admitted.
Your Honor, may we publish
You
this
may.
exhibit? Thank you.
Your mom? Okay. How do you spell it?
AISHIA.
Last name?
Langford, LANKFORD.
Date of birth?
8/28 of 1991.
Address?
614 West 63rd Street, apartment number 1,
Phone number?
563
Yep.
676 4247.
And Henry lives here.
Yeah, I guess so. This is where he told me to come.
Okay.
He don't even know how long she's even been gone.
Yeah. What's your daughter's name?
Breasia, BREA
EA.
SIA.
BREASIA.
Yes.
Okay.
Terrell, TERRELL.
Okay. What's your middle initial?
D.
Her date of birth?
12/4/09.
Okay. What's up, Henry? So when was the last time you saw her?
She was in the house.
Yeah, when was the last time you saw her?
9:30.
Last night?
9:30.
Okay. Okay.
With him.
Okay. When was the last time you saw her?
She was in the bed when I woke up this morning.
She was in the bed?
Yeah.
When you went to bed last night? Okay.
This is crazy, man. This is like, you know what I'm saying? I know she fucking going fucking hysterical, big brother.
Yeah. DIN.
KINS.
Your date of birth, Henry?
August 2nd, 72.
Is this your home address?
No.
What's your address?
It's down by Boston Marina.
I just.
Yeah, I just know that.
You don't know your
I don't know the
address?
full address.
Do you know your phone number?
Hell no, I don't even know that either. I swear to God, I don't.
Henry, you don't know where your daughter is. You don't know your address. And you don't know your phone number.
No, for real. I'm finna
So,
give it to
buddy,
you now. You think I'll be lying, but
well, no, it's just it's kind of.
because I don't call myself.
I know, but you got to know your number. You got to know your address.
I don't.
So this is your girlfriend's address here?
It's Fred.
Okay.
Okay, here go my phone right here.
I bet people have been banging on it.
563
Or shooting.
726 4078.
4078?
4078.
Okay. What was she last wearing?
In the bed.
What you have on, some shorts?
What color?
I don't remember. I mean, I'm not going to lie to you.
What's her height and weight, you think?
She's a little taller than he is.
She's just
Okay.
She's a little taller than that. She's probably about like this here.
Okay. What's her hair look like?
she had
Brownish,
dreads. Long.
Dreads.
Long.
Long and dreads hair?
Yep.
Like shoulder length or
Down.
middle of the back?
Down here.
Okay. Mid back, dreads. Right? Is that how we would
Yes.
label that?
Yes.
She had shorts on.
Did she still have a white shirt on?
She had she had the shirt that you gave her.
The white shirt.
All white?
It's
White,
long.
all white t-shirt. Yep.
And you guys don't have alarms or anything on your doors if the door's open?
No.
Okay.
You should get one. You should get one.
She's too
And-
talking about getting one.
Listen, I know this sounds dumb. I've lost my kids too.
Right.
Okay.
Actually, mine just happened last week, and we went back in and we found him in the bedroom.
No, we just searched.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to who have you called? What doors have you knocked on?
I don't know these people out here.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? But I called her.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
And she told me she was at work. At first, I was riding around looking. And then me and my son started riding around looking.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? And then
So how long ago has it been? An hour?
It's been a couple hours.
Couple hours?
Couple hours.
Okay.
Couple hours.
Have we called grandmas? Have we called cousins?
That's what I just asked. She the one. I don't know all that. She knows all that.
She called my grandma already.
She
Okay.
knows all that, not me.
Okay. Do we have a picture?
She does.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mom.
Yeah. She got the picture. Bro.
Who's the girl that lives here? Andrea?
Yeah.
What's Andrea's last name?
Culberson. He need a picture of her.
You don't have nothing with you right now. Okay, that's fine. Have we called family?
I've called everybody. I have my
Okay.
uncle out riding around. My mom's on her way out here. My
We've been
friends on their way
everywhere.
out
We've
here.
been every
Okay.
fucking way.
And she's gonna be with a friend inside some apartment.
That's
most
why I
likely.
just said I'm gonna still look.
Okay.
We don't know anybody out here. Though. That's the
Yeah.
thing.
Okay.
She would have never.
How many?
She would have never. First of all, she would have never woke up at 8 o'clock in the morning, and she would have never.
What you mean? 8 o'clock in the morning.
I'm just saying.
That ain't what I
She
said. I
definitely
never
I know
said.
you didn't say that.
This isn't the time to fight.
Exactly. I don't give a fuck about you walking,
Man,
nigga.
listen,
You
man.
lost her though.
How did I fucking lose?
Because you was watching her, Henry. What the fuck do you mean?
But hey,
I'm gone, sir. Come on, D.
listen to me.
Fuck that. I'm gone.
Well, you guys gotta come together right now. This isn't a time to fight about it. Okay. So, well, hey, if you, well, how am I supposed to? What do you want me to do?
I got everything, bro. I got nothing. You see how she stepped on me? You know what
I
I'm saying?
mean,
I
got no picture. I got no. What do you want me to do?
What am I supposed to do?
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
I
All
get
thing
it,
I can do is
Henry.
look.
I get it. I get
All I
it.
can do is look.
I get it, Henry. Henry, let's go inside the apartment one more time. Look, this happens more often than you think. I mean, well, I understand why she's upset. But when I'm trying to help, she can't run away from me. I don't want to
deal with the issue.
Yes.
You got to keep a level head.
Yeah.
You know that. I learned that a long time ago. Fuck, man.
104 and 105.
How many times have you guys stayed out here?
How many times have I been out here? The kids, this is their first time.
Oh, it's the very first time she's ever stayed
104
here.
and 105. Start 4.
And so she
They've
has,
been over here, but they never stayed.
she has never stayed here.
The daughter out.
So I wonder just,
The daughter saying she was assaulted by the mom, and that the mom is not allowing her to get her things.
This is such a small.
we got,
She's not in our look. I'm fucking mad. She gonna open the door, man. She's gonna.
what's her name?
She's gonna open.
Hi there. Are you Andrea? Yeah. Okay, Andrea. What's your date of birth, Andrea?
9383.
9383. And this is 2744, number 8. And what's your phone number?
563.
Yep.
639. 8716.
8716. So tell me about, like, when was the last time you saw her?
She was here.
When?
What time was that? Probably like around 11 midnight. She was here. She was in bed asleep.
Okay. And you guys never heard her come down, walk out? There's no forced entry or anything like that?
No forced entry, no.
Okay. do you mind if I just come in and take a quick look? I'm not concerned about anything else. I just want to come in because probably 50% of the time we still find them inside the place when this happens. And
I kind of do my face kind of break right now.
what's that?
My face is kind of in a break, but
Listen, I go in all sorts of places. I don't care how big.
is he aware of this?
What's that?
Is he aware of this?
Yeah. What's her name again? Was there any fights or arguments or anything last night? Bree is her name? Where was she sleeping at? Your bed? So where were you guys sleeping at last night? You guys slept out here? Oh. Can you look in the closet again? Huh?
That's all clothes.
I don't know, I'm just telling you, you'd be surprised what we've...
I know, right?
So she was sleeping in the bed with her brother? And you guys slept out here? Okay. What time did you guys wake up?
Now, I was still asleep. I don't know what time everybody else got up.
Well, what time did you wake up?
Oh, goodness, honestly, I cannot remember what time I was.
Okay, like 30 minutes ago, 2 hours ago? 2 hours ago? Okay. Hey, does she have any friends out here? Like, has she ever played with any of the neighbors? Okay, are you going to come out and help look or not?
Officer Burkle, did you happen to notice what kind of shoes Mr. Dinkins was wearing?
Yes.
Describe that for us.
Very gold, shiny gold shoes. They stood out.
Okay. And then today, do you recall anything about the condition of the shoes other than noting that they were very shiny and gold?
No, I just remember them being very shiny and gold.
Okay, all right. Your body-worn camera, is this something that would be accessible to detectives so that they could look at what was documented for his clothing and shoes when you had your contact with him?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Freeze. Thank you. Good morning. Officer, in that video, the T-shirt that Mr. Dinkins is wearing, does that video accurately and fairly depict the condition of that shirt?
It should.
When you observed the clothes that Mr. Dinkins was wearing, specifically the shirt, it appeared to me to be fairly clean. Would you agree with that?
At that time, I'm not really looking at the clothing. I remember it being white.
Did you notice any dirt stains or grass stains on it?
No.
Any blood stains or blood spatter on it?
No.
And you mentioned on direct examination that DL made a comment to you at some point that he saw and heard Mr. Dinkins awaken Breasia Terrell and say, let's go.
Yes.
At what point in the interview, or at what point in time did DL say that?
When they brought a picture back up to me, I re-met with Aisha and DL.
Okay. So you'd agree with me that DL had left the complex with his mother and then came back sometime later, and that's when he told you that Mr. Dinkins had awakened Breasia and said, let's go, right?
Yeah.
Now, the video we just saw when Mr. Dinkins come out of the apartment with DL, one of the first things you asked was, when's the last time you saw Breasia, right?
Yes.
And DL was right there with him, correct?
Yes.
And you'd agree with me that DL's kind of a rambunctious little kid.
Sure.
And he was offering his 2 cents worth throughout the video, right?
Correct.
He was kind of involved in the conversation, even though he wasn't being asked questions, right?
Correct.
And he kind of confirmed, gave his 2 cents worth that it was last night, last time he saw her, right?
Yes.
He did not chime in at that point that it was at some point during the night where he saw Mr. Dinkins come in and awaken Breasia and say, let's go, right?
He did not until I formally questioned him later.
And again, you only questioned him after his mother, who was upset, first of all, right?
Yeah.
She was angry, right? Not saying she shouldn't be. I mean, people have a whole range of emotions during these events, right?
Yeah.
But it was after he had spent time with his mother and come back that he had this story about Mr. Dinkins waking up Breasia and saying, let's go.
Yes.
And the vehicles in the video, the first one's a black Camaro. Did you look at that Camaro at all?
No.
How about the Impala?
No.
In your experience as a peace officer, the reaction and the demeanor of Mr. Dinkins did not raise any red flags to you, did it?
No.
That's all I have.
Officer Burkle, were you troubled by the fact that he just left?
Yeah.
Were you troubled by the fact that you tried calling him multiple times and he never returned that call?
Yes.
Were you troubled by the fact that you sent a text and then you did not get any indication of his location until he said he was at the Davenport Police Department a little after noon?
Yes.
All right. Did that seem very unusual?
Very unusual for a complainant just to leave.
All right. Now, as we looked at the video, and I don't know if you paid attention, but the T-shirt itself, did you notice areas on the T-shirt that looked like there would be sections that might be more damp, where it was almost wet compared to other areas that were dry?
You know, initially when I'm just there speaking to him, I'm not looking at his clothing because I'm not thinking anything suspicious yet that something further may have happened to Breasia. So I'm not really looking at his clothing up and down to see if any spots are on it.
Okay, thank you. Now, when you were talking with Mr. Dinkins, as we observed there on the body-worn camera, were you focused in at all on DL and what it is that he was saying?
No.
Okay. Was DL even being interviewed at that point in time?
No.
Okay. Can you even tell us what DL was saying when he was standing over there by your squad car?
No.
All right. When Miss Langford returned to provide a photograph or photographs of Breasia, did you then conduct an interview of Aisha Langford?
Yes.
And then from there, then, did you conduct an interview of DL?
Yes.
Was Mr. Dinkins anywhere near DL when you asked him about what he observed that night?
No.
All right. And then when you spoke with Andrea Culberson, was that after you'd had the opportunity to speak with Aisha and DL and then collect a statement from her?
No, I talked to Andrea before I talked to Aisha or DL.
Gotcha, gotcha. And so is that where you gathered the information from her about waking up at 3 a.m. in the morning?
Yes.
All right. I have no further questions.
You would agree with me, sir, that on that video we just watched, nowhere there did Henry Dinkins say he had just awakened.
No.
So if there's testimony that you or another witness provided that put the words in Henry's mouth that he had just woke up, that didn't appear in that video anywhere, right?
No, I knew he didn't just wake up. He said he's been looking for her for a couple hours.
Okay. But that video hasn't been edited. It's true and accurate to the best of your recollection, right?
Yes.
In your interview with DL, did he indicate to you that he saw his sister get shot?
No.
Did he indicate to you anything about seeing a bloody machete?
No.
Did he indicate to you that he saw a bloody machete and his father cleaning it off with bleach?
No.
That's all I have.
Officer Burkle, is there a difference between the structure of a field interview versus formal interviews that are conducted at the Davenport Police Department?
Yeah, you're confined more to a room, more safer place, feel more comfortable probably.
Okay. As a matter of standard practice, when you go out to a scene, do you conduct field interviews of witnesses?
Yeah.
However, is there always, almost always a follow-up that's done by detectives of witnesses?
In major cases, yes.
And explain why there would be a follow-up by detectives.
Initial reaction when you always get on scene is, people's blood pressure gets up. They may not recall everything. When things calm down and they're able to process things, they start to recollect some things that they may have forgot or not initially thought of. So typically when they go down to the police station to speak with the detectives, often it's days later, or at least hours later. And they've had some downtime to recall the events, how they happened.
Okay, when we talk about an 8-year-old child, considering those factors, is that something that should be considered? You've got an 8-year-old child. This is not something that's normal for an 8-year-old child. Do we always want to do follow-up interviews with an 8-year-old child?
If they're available, yeah.
Okay, I have no further questions.
In your 20 plus years experience as an officer, however, you'd expect a witness, even in a field interview, to relay that they witnessed a shooting, correct?
Yeah.
Or you would expect a witness, no matter how old, if they're old enough to comprehend, to say they saw their father with a bloody machete wiping it off with bleach, in your experience?
Unless they were intimidated by him being in the immediate vicinity of him, he may not want to.
But Henry Dinkins wasn't in the vicinity of DL when you interviewed him, right?
No,
That's all I
after
have.
they left, no, the second time.
I have no further questions, Your Honor. Your Honor, the state calls Officer Jason Pojar to the stand.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please have a seat.
Please state your name for the record and spell your last name.
Jason Pojar, P like Paul, O-J-A-R.
Officer Pojar, are you retired at this point or currently employed?
Yes, I am. I'm currently retired from the Davenport Police Department.
How long had you been employed at the Davenport Police Department?
22 years and almost 2 months.
All right. If I could, I'd like to direct your attention to the events of July 10th of 2020. Were you on duty that day?
Yes, I was assigned to the day shift patrol division at that point.
What hours would that have entailed?
Approximately 6:45 a.m. until 3:15 p.m.
Officer Pojar, did you become aware of a report that had been made at 8:29 a.m. in the morning of a child identified as Breasia Terrell who was reported to be missing?
Yes, I was.
How did you become familiar with that particular situation?
Survey marked patrol vehicle for the patrol division has MDCs in them, computers, and we're all able to communicate with each other, see each other's calls, what calls we might be on. It's also a centralized system in which you receive what's bolos, be on the lookouts. And there was a bolo put out that morning as far as a vehicle we were looking for, a license plate, and what it was regarding that was sent out to all units on duty logged into the system at that time.
Okay. Now, the bolo that was put out about a vehicle, was this a vehicle that was associated with the investigation developing that day relative to Breasia Terrell, who was reported missing?
Yes.
What was the description given of the vehicle of interest?
It was a 2007 maroon Chevy Impala bearing Iowa license plate I-Ida V Victor U Union 770.
Okay. What were you doing at approximately 1:31 p.m. that afternoon?
I was driving southbound in the 400 block of Main Street in our city when I came across that vehicle located in front of 410 Main Street, legally parked on the west side of the street facing south.
Okay. Now, to be clear, when we talk about 410 Main Street, what direction does that run?
That is a Main Street is a north-south street, and it was approximately half a block from West 4th Street, which is a east-west perpendicular street to it.
What is the address of the Davenport Police Department?
416 Harrison Street.
And then what would be the intersecting number street where the police department lies there at 416 Harrison?
You're phrasing that, I'm sorry.
Yeah, what would be our numbered street that intersects with Harrison? Does the police department?
Oh, West 4th Street?
Yeah.
East West Street, yeah.
All right.
Yep, so Harrison Street is a north-south street. Main Street is a north-south street. They are one block from each other, north-south streets. And on the south side is the east-west, West 4th Street.
Got you. All right. When you came across that vehicle, did you reach out to anyone to advise that you had located the Impala?
Yes, I did. I called Detective Sergeant Pfeiffer.
Okay, what did you advise Sergeant Pfeiffer?
I advised him of my location and that I was out with that vehicle.
Okay. With that being said, did you receive any information that a subject of interest, Henry Dinkins, was at the Davenport Police Department?
I was not advised that he was at the police department. After speaking with Sergeant Pfeiffer, he said, stay with the vehicle. Obviously, I will call you back in a few minutes. And that is after a few minutes later when I received a call back from Detective Beth Tharp from the Criminal Investigation Division.
Okay. Now, what was the purpose for Detective Tharp reaching out to you?
She advised me that the Criminal Investigation Division had a search warrant for that vehicle, and she requested that I have it towed to the Davenport Police Department evidence bay, accompany Fred's towing to that, and stay with it until she arrived on location.
Okay. With that being said, then, what specifically did you do?
So what we do is we go to frequency 3, one of our radio frequencies. We tell the dispatcher our location, which you already know from me calling out the location when I was out with, and request Fred's towing to respond. At that point, Fred's towing responds. Usually they try to get there within 20 minutes. Sometimes it's a little quicker, sometimes a little longer, but we stay with the vehicle until Fred's towing responds. We inform them what we have, put gloves on, don't touch anything. It's going to be towed to the police department. I'll accompany you there. So once that happened, the Fred's towing driver responded. I followed him down to the police department. On the west side of the police department, which is North Ripley Street, North-South Street, there's an overhead door, which I got out of my squad car. I open it up, and I watched him back into our garage and drop the vehicle there in a parking space.
So essentially, are you the individual that's maintaining the chain of custody for that vehicle?
That's correct, I am.
All right. At the time that you located the vehicle, what were the weather conditions?
As far as I remember, sunny, clear, wasn't raining, snowing, any adverse
Anything like
weather.
that? And the surface where the vehicle was parked, how would you describe that?
Was dry, clean concrete.
All right. And then beyond that, if an individual was going to go to the Davenport Police Department to talk to law enforcement, is there any parking right there along the building, either on Harrison Street or 4th Street?
Yes, both. So on the east side of the building, just north of West 4th Street, there is a visitor parking lot, which you can access by pulling into it from southbound Harrison Street. If you choose not to pull into that parking lot, there is parking there on North Harrison Street in front of the police department. Or if you take a right onto West 4th Street, right at that light, there's ample parking along the street there.
Okay. Now, did you remain with the vehicle?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did anyone then meet you in that south evidence garage once the vehicle had been taken into the garage by Fred's Towing?
Yes, within a few minutes of once Fred's dropped the vehicle and drove off, I stood with the vehicle until Detective Tharp responded down to meet with me.
And then when Detective Tharp responded down to meet with you, was the vehicle then turned over to her custody and control?
That is correct.
Did that conclude your involvement in this particular matter?
Yes, it did.
The events that you've described, did they occur in Scott County, Iowa?
Yes, I did.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Waters?
Sir, essentially, your involvement in this is locating that maroon Impala at 410 Main Street, right?
Correct.
So the car was parked 1 block away from the Davenport Police Department.
Correct.
And I mean, that would probably take, what, 2 minutes to get from where the car was parked to the inside of the Davenport Police Department?
I'd say that'd be accurate, yes.
Okay. So I think you mentioned you had located this car at about 1:30 p.m. on July 10th of 2020, right?
Correct. I called out at 1:31 with it.
How long did you stand there next to the car before Fred's Towing got there?
I would estimate it was roughly a 10-minute process off the top of my head. So, like I said, I know that after I caught out the vehicle, I exited my vehicle just to walk up to the vehicle, make sure I didn't observe anybody inside of it. Then I returned to my vehicle. I know I called Sergeant Pfeiffer on my cell phone immediately. He said, give him a few minutes, he'd call me back. I don't know exactly what time that was that I called him, but I can tell you it was within a couple of minutes when I received a call right back from Detective Tharp asking that, okay, go ahead and have it towed to the station. At which point, when I hung up with her, I went to Channel 3 and requested Fred's Towing to respond with our dispatcher.
Okay, so so you look inside this vehicle, you're trying to see if there's anybody in it. I mean, you're within, a foot of this vehicle, right?
Correct, couple of feet, yeah. Walked up
maroon-
the driver's side window.
The maroon Impala we're talking about.
Correct.
Okay, so then as soon as you see that nobody's in the car, you make all these phone calls while you're sitting in your patrol car.
Correct.
And then Fred's Towing gets there about 10 minutes later, right?
I don't recall what time, but it would have been slightly longer than that because I'm estimating it was roughly a 10-minute process, maybe 15 tops as far as when I went out with the vehicle, walked up the driver's side window, took a quick view in, returned back to my squad car, called Detective Sergeant Pfeiffer. A few minutes later, got a call back from Detective Tharp. By the time I went to Channel 3 requested, it probably would have been 10, 15-minute process, I'd estimate.
So my point here is that you've had eyes on this vehicle for about 10 to 15 minutes, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then I imagine you're looking in the windows, you're looking for any weapons, because at this point, you know that there's a search warrant on the vehicle, right?
I did not know when I walked up to the vehicle and glanced inside. Obviously, I looked for any persons, anything out in clear view. Is once I received the call from Detective Tharp back that she had told me they already have a search warrant for the vehicle, have it towed to the station. So when I walked up to the vehicle, I was not aware there was an active search warrant for it at that time, no.
Did you see any mud or dirt on the side of the vehicle at this point?
I don't recall. It's one of those things, like I said, my position to come across the vehicle, I just do a quick clear, walk up to it, make sure it's unoccupied, make sure there's nothing alarming in my clear view, and then return to my squad car. I didn't walk around it to inspect it. Like if it was to be like a hit and run vehicle we're looking for, obviously that's something I would walk around, kind of take note of any damage, mud, paint transfer, something like that. But under these circumstances, it was simply walking up to it, make sure I observed nobody inside, nothing clearly alarming in plain view, and then I returned. I really can't say that I took note of any damage or paint transfer, mud or dirt. I wasn't looking for anything.
Okay, did the exterior of the vehicle seem pretty clean to you?
I don't recall.
Didn't see any damage or dent on the vehicle?
I don't recall, because once again, I wasn't specifically looking for that. And then pay attention to the body of it.
So you did, though, you were staring at this vehicle for probably 10 to 15 minutes.
From the back end. So like I said, it was parked on the west side of the street facing south. So I had parked right behind it. So all I can see is the back bumper plate of the vehicle. Can't see the sides of it or the front of it being parked behind it.
Okay, and then the interior of the vehicle, you said you looked at it for a brief moment.
Correct, yeah.
Just from that
A few
brief moment?
seconds, yeah.
Just from that brief moment, did it seem pretty clean on the inside to you?
I don't recall. Once again, I know I looked inside, obviously you're looking for persons, you're looking for weapons, paraphernalia, you see anything legal that pops out, not see anything. I didn't sit there and kind of inventory in my head what was where. I had a specific purpose, what I was looking for, didn't see it, so I returned to my squad, made the phone calls.
Didn't take any pictures of the vehicle?
No, I did not.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Ms. Cunningham?
Yes, thank you. Officer Pojo, I think it's pretty evident, but I'll just make it extremely evident. Did you see anyone in the vehicle?
No, I did not.
I have no further questions.
Nothing further.
You may step down.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the state calls Detective Beth Tharp to the stand.
Just a moment.
Your Honor, the state calls Detective Beth Tharp to the stand.
Do you sort of tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please have a seat.
Your Honor, may we just have a brief 5-minute break?
You may.
Okay, thank you.
We'll be in adjournment for 5 minutes.
I'm not sure what was going on there. They were showing the witness, and then they bugged out. Let's go back a bit here, see if we can find out.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please have a seat.
Your Honor, may we just have a brief 5-minute break?
You may.
Okay, thank you.
We'll be in 5 minutes.
Okay, they went off with no explanation at all. So I'm not sure whether they're just having a brief sidebar or what. It's very strange. Okay, well, I guess we can go back to the sentencing hearing and keep listening for the signs of activity back in the courtroom again. Let's do that. I hate dead air.
Okay, I got you. I got you. Did you follow any of his football career after high school?
Not after high school.
Okay, that's fine. When was the last time you physically seen Austin in person?
Outside of here, the last trial was the last time I saw him, but you saying outside of jail?
Outside
Okay.
of this process, that's correct, sir.
Probably about a year ago.
About a year ago.
Over a year ago.
And when you saw him in what capacity? Where was he at? How did you sort of see him?
He came to service. He had a young lady with him.
Where's your church at?
Right off Austin Drive behind Quick Trip, right at 285 Covenant Highway.
Prior to COVID, how often would you see, I'm assuming COVID impacted your physical attendance at your church, did it not?
Yes.
Okay, I anticipated that. Prior to COVID, how often would you see Austin? How often would Austin come to church?
Regularly. I can't say if he was there twice a month or every Sunday, but I would see him on a regular basis.
He was a regular fixture. And was he participating in anything at church, youth ministry, men's group? Was he participating other than, say, church service on Sunday or church service on Wednesday night?
I wouldn't say that he was active in a particular auxiliary. I wouldn't say he was in
Okay,
a auxiliary.
that's fine. Did you ever tap Austin to do any special projects? That's always what scares me about church. Hey, I need you to do this, that, and the other thing. Had you tapped him for any special projects? Hey, I need you to work with the young people. I need you to do something else when he was at the church?
I can't recall doing anything
Okay.
extra outside.
Okay, that's fine. Understand you correctly. You're outside of church. Your primary connection, primary involvement with Austin was when he was between 10 and 12. Is that right?
Yes.
What position did he play then?
Offensive line and linebacker.
Okay, good. And what position did he play when he was in high school?
Still trying to play linebacker.
Okay, I got you. So obviously, fortunately or unfortunately, typically when the judge sits on the bench, she sees somebody in sort of one way,
right,
as a defendant. You understand that? That's not really how you know Austin. So tell the judge a little bit about the Austin that you know that she may not have seen.
Yeah. As his mother stated, very compassionate kid, willing to learn. could take instructions very well, team oriented. I never had a behavior issue out of him being disrespectful as it relates to the football side. When it came to personal life, there are times that his mother did ask me to get involved, but it was more of staying consistent as it relates to his education side, as he had challenges as it relates to learning, and the frustration of wanting to be productive, but what comes easy for other people, he found difficult for himself. So.
Tell me exactly what you're thinking about when you say that. What comes easy to others is difficult for him.
I believe we really came down to understand that Austin had a learning disability or could be tagged with a learning disability. So needing to have that extra attention as it relates to things is what he struggled with.
Okay, and when you say learning disability, you talking about dyslexia, ADHD? How does it? I'm not asking you for a diagnosis. I'm asking you sort of how it struck you in terms of his learning style and.
Without being offensive, slow, needing to be repeated over and over, so that he gathers. Having a hard time to really comprehend what somebody may consider basic instructions.
Okay, and something about this job and something about just the life that I live always leads me back to fatherhood. Have you gotten a story with Austin's dad, the role that he played or may not have played in his life?
Yeah, his father wasn't around. I can't recall ever seeing him at a game. And the issue of growing up and trying to gain identity, but not having the person that brought you into this world not being in your life was difficult.
Okay, and absent is a lot of different things. Absent is dead. Absent is in a different state with a different family. Absent is here, right around the corner, but don't want to have anything to do with you.
Right.
What's your understanding of the role that Austin's father may or may not have played in his life?
That he was in another state.
I got you. Prosecutor, he may have some questions.
Questions from the state? All right, thank you, sir. You can step down and return to your seat. Any other witnesses for the defense?
No, Judge, thank you.
All right. Then let me hear any further mitigation argument.
First and your last name for our record.
ELTHARP.
What is your occupation?
I'm a police officer with the city of Davenport.
And how long have you been employed with the Davenport Police Department?
15 years.
Could you describe your prior educational background?
Yes, I attended Iowa State University where I got a bachelor's degree in sociology and criminal justice.
And then once you completed your formal education, where did you begin your professional career?
Davenport.
When did you officially start with the Davenport Police Department?
August 4th of 2008.
Okay. Now, if you could describe for us the different capacities that you have served the Davenport Police Department.
After completing the law enforcement academy, I was a patrol officer. From there, I began working in the NETS unit. After that, I returned to patrol where I was a field training officer. And from there, I went up to the detective bureau, and I have been in every unit of that bureau now.
Okay. In what capacity were you working in July of 2020?
I was a light duty officer due to pregnancy in the, at that time, major case unit.
Okay. Directing your attention to the events of July 10th of 2020, if you could, how far along were you in your pregnancy at that point?
7 or 8 months. At that point.
And how heightened was your sense of smell?
Pretty heightened.
Was it? And when you say that you were on light duty, what specifically had you been tasked with doing at that time, given the pregnancy?
I was actually assigned to administrative duty. This was post riots, so I was assisting Detective Butt with the shooting of Sergeant Lansing and any duties related to the riots that
time.
Okay. Directing your attention to a report that came in at 8:29 a.m. that morning, reporting a child by the name of Breasia Terrell as missing. At some point in the day, were you pulled from your assignment and asked to carry out some responsibilities given the use of other manpower and where it was being directed in the Detective Bureau?
Yes, I was asked to draft a search warrant for a vehicle that was being brought to the station by Officer Pojar. And once that search warrant was signed, I was asked to go downstairs with the evidence tech and sit with her while she took some photographs.
Okay.
Jill Foster.
Okay. And then did Jill Foster respond to the Davenport Police Department?
Yes, she did.
Where did she respond to?
The secure evidence bay in our north garage.
Okay. And then what happened once Jill Foster arrived down there in the secure evidence bay?
We opened the trunk to make sure that Breasia Terrell was not located inside.
Okay. When you opened the trunk, was there any human remains found inside the trunk?
There was not.
All right. Now, did Ms. Foster just take some general photographs of the vehicle so that how it existed and what was in that vehicle was captured?
Yes.
Okay. Were you present when the trunk was opened up?
Yes.
When that trunk was opened up, is there anything specifically that you noted?
I noted a strong odor of like a chemical bleach smell.
All right. Now, was this something that Ms. Foster noted, or was it something that you picked up given the fact that you were in the later stages of pregnancy?
It was something I mentioned to her.
Okay. And then when you mentioned being able to smell the Clorox, do you recall how she would have responded to that?
I don't off the top of my head.
That's fine. Was that information then that you relayed to detectives that were working the Breasia Terrell investigation?
Yes.
Okay. And did your observations of the odor of Clorox coming from that Impala actually form probable cause that was well, I should say information that was incorporated into later applications for search warrants of that vehicle to establish probable cause to process it in different ways?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit 150-1 and 150-2. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 150-1 and 150-2. Please look at 150-1. Do you recognize that particular exhibit?
I haven't personally seen it, but this would be a search warrant for that Impala that I had looked at first.
Okay, all right. Now, were there a number of search warrants that were applied for over the course of time relative to this Impala?
Yes.
Okay. Did Davenport Police Department apply for search warrants?
Yes.
And then did you have any knowledge of the FBI also having applied for a search warrant for this vehicle?
I'm sure they did. I just wasn't involved.
Absolutely. What I'd like to do is this. As you look at this, is this a standard application for a search warrant that is used here in Scott County?
Yes, it is.
And with each application for search warrant, on that opening page, does it give a description of the item or locations to be searched?
Yes, it does.
And then is there a description set forth in the application identifying the types of property that law enforcement is looking for?
Yes.
All right. And for this application for search warrant, does it bear the signature of a particular officer of the Davenport Police Department?
Detective Sean Johnson.
And does it give us a date that this was presented to a judge and was subscribed and sworn by Detective Johnson before a judge or magistrate?
July 14th.
Okay, all right. And then attached there too, is there a probable cause statement set forth in attachment A?
Yes.
And then in addition to that, is there an endorsement page with a signature of a judge?
Yes.
And then is there a search warrant that shows that it had been reviewed by a judge, signed and dated?
Yes.
And then that being said, I want you to look at the attachment A. Take a moment to read all of the probable cause that was set forth in attachment A, but I want you to focus on anything that relates to information that you provided. All right, don't indicate anything just yet.
Okay.
Does this application for search warrant apply to a vehicle of interest that was seized on July 10th and taken to the evidence bay?
Yes, it does.
And what is that vehicle?
That is going to be the 2007 maroon Chevy Impala with license plates IVU 770.
And was this the vehicle that Officer Pojar had followed to that evidence bay when it was towed there?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit 151 or 150-1.
Your Honor, I'm going to object on several grounds and apologize for speaking. First of all, no one's challenging the veracity or the propriety of the search of the vehicle. Number two is clearly hearsay. Number three, this officer cannot lay foundation for a search warrant applied for by another officer. Additionally, it's cumulative and redundant to testimony already in a record. And number five, it contains information that violates the motion in limine.
Counsel, please approach.
Okay, she's back. Here we go. Hey, everyone, say hi. Okay, she's back. Say hi. I went outside. I couldn't raise her calling inside, but going outside and coming back in, that got her attention. Let's see. Okay. So how long a sidebar are we having on this hearsay issue? I guess we can go back over to, oh, here they come.
I will sustain the objection at this time.
Thank you. Detective Tharp, this is just purely foundational. Who was the detective that would have authored this particular application for search warrant?
150
Oh, here's my questions to you. Your observations about having detected the odor of bleach coming from the trunk, did it make it into attachment A, which basically would have been facts set forth to develop probable cause for the execution of the search warrant?
Yes.
Okay, and then I'm going to direct you to States Exhibit 150-2, and again, very simply, this is for purposes of foundation. But what is States Exhibit 150-2?
It's a search warrant for the 2007 maroon Chevy Impala with license plates IVU 770.
Okay, who was the detective who would have completed the application for search warrant in this instance?
Detective Obert.
Okay, and what was the date that this was applied for?
The 20th of July.
Okay, would it be fair to say that the vehicle was processed at different points in time depending upon the type of evidence that law enforcement officers were looking for?
Based off the search warrants, I would say yes.
Okay, all right, so that being said, then I want you, well, do we have the application for search warrant?
Yes.
Is there an attachment A which sets forth facts in support of the probable cause that's required to be established for the issuance of the search warrant?
Yes.
All right, and then is there also an endorsement on the search warrant application that's been signed by a magistrate?
Yes.
And then is there also the signed search warrant where it's been signed by a judge and dated?
Yes.
I want you to again go back to attachment A. I want you to review the facts set forth in that attachment for purposes of developing probable cause for the issuance of this search warrant. Once you've had an opportunity to do that, let me know.
Okay.
Okay. Having reviewed the information set forth in application or attachment A in States Exhibit 150-2, is there any reference to your observations of having smelled the odor of bleach from that trunk?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Let me go ahead and take those exhibits from you. Detective Tharp, what I'd like to do is I want to direct your attention to July 13th of 2020. Were you asked to do a video review of video surveillance footage that had been seized from the area of Schmidt Road?
Yes.
Could you please set the stage for that and help us?
Provided to me, and I watched it on a department issued computer. It was of a parking lot which contained a RV type vehicle that I was told belonged to Mr. Dinkins. From the video, you were able to see what would be the entrance door of the RV and any vehicles that would arrive at the RV.
Okay, now that footage, what date was the activity that was documented on that video?
That would be activity from the morning of July 10th of 2020.
And then what was the time on the video surveillance footage for activity that you observed?
Off the top of my head, I'm not exactly sure.
Would it help to, well, let me ask you this. Did you generate a report to document that time?
I did.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness and refresh her recollection?
I don't think appropriate foundation for refreshing recollection has been laid yet.
I'll go ahead and do that.
Sustained.
Did you generate a report documenting what you observed during your review of that video surveillance camera?
I did.
Or do you provide a description of observations made?
Yes.
Do you also set forth the time that these events occurred?
Yes.
Do you remember that time as you sit there on the stand?
I do not.
Would it help to review your report so that you can identify the specific time of when these events occurred?
It would.
Your Honor, again, may I approach the witness and hand her report?
You may.
I'm handing your report. I want you just to use it to refresh your recollection. After you've had an opportunity to do that, let me know and then I'll take that report back.
I'm done.
Okay, is your recollection refreshed?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the time on the video surveillance footage?
The time that I was watching was between 8:23 and 8:24 a.m.
Okay, describe what activity you observed in the area of that RV.
I observed a red sedan pulled up in front of a small child in the doorway of the camper and a male seeing the camper and leaving.
Okay, when you talk about a red sedan, what do you mean by a sedan?
A four-door vehicle.
All right, and the red sedan that you observed, was it all consistent in appearance with the maroon Chevy Impala that you had had contact with in the Evidence Bay of the Davenport Police Department?
It would have been.
Okay, and then what did you note about the vehicle relative to the trunk?
The trunk was open of the vehicle and then it was closed.
Okay, had you observed anyone, if you can recall, going back to that trunk and closing the trunk?
Yes, the male subject.
Okay. Did that conclude your involvement in this matter?
It did.
I have no further questions of this witness.
Ma'am, on the video you were just talking about, the gentleman that you saw on the video, the adult, what was he wearing?
I don't know off the top of my head and it's not documented in the report.
You didn't document his attire,
I did not.
but you assumed it to be Mr. Dinkins.
I did.
Why?
Based off of the information I was given that that was his trailer and that that was his vehicle.
Okay. What information were you given that it was his trailer and that was his vehicle?
They specifically just said, this is his trailer, watch it, and his vehicle is a red sedan.
So in your experience as an investigator, it's not important to pick out details like the clothing he's wearing, stuff like that?
Typically I would.
What's different about this?
I'm going to go with being very pregnant and under a lot of stress.
Okay. Were you very pregnant and under a lot of stress when you popped that trunk?
Yes,
Okay. Is that why you didn't note anything of evidentiary value in that trunk?
likely, yes.
The person that you say is Mr. Dinkins on that video, have anything in his hand like a machete?
I could not testify to that today. No, I cannot.
Did you see him have anything in his hands?
Not that I can testify to, no.
Did you see him spray down anything with a spray bottle?
It was a 15-second video. No, I did not.
Okay. This crime scene technician, was that Jill Foster?
It was.
Did she make any comments to you about smelling bleach?
Not that I recall.
Are you attributing this ability to smell bleach to being pregnant?
I would say that my sense of smell was significantly heightened while I was pregnant, and I do remember smelling a strong chemical smell like bleach in the trunk when we opened it.
Well, there's different chemical smells, agreed?
Agreed?
I mean, there's ammonia, right?
Correct.
And that smells different than bleach,
It
right?
does.
So did you smell bleach or did you smell a chemical smell?
I smelled bleach. It's very distinct.
There were cleaning supplies in that trunk, right?
I believe so, yes.
So there was a box that had cleaning supplies in it, correct?
Correct.
And there was a hatchet in that trunk, right?
Yes.
You didn't look at that hatchet, though.
No, I did not.
Did Ms. Foster indicate to you that she saw what she thought was blood on that hatchet?
She did.
And she saw that through the blue light or whatever she was wearing?
I believe so, yes.
She was closer to the trunk than you were?
Initially, when we opened it, I was closer in case the body of Breasia Terrell was inside.
How long did you spend right near the trunk? How many seconds?
30, 45?
And in that 30 to 45 seconds, you didn't see a bottle of bleach?
No.
Could you tell if the interior cloth portion of the trunk was wet?
No.
What does bleach do to fabric?
It typically removes the color.
Did you notice any bleach stains?
I did not.
At any point in time, did you see the interior of the Impala?
I looked through the windows.
Did you see any bleach stains on the interior?
I did not.
Did you think that you could see bleach stains from your vantage point?
I could have.
So if someone had poured bleach in that Impala, is it fair for me to assume that you could have seen bleach stains?
Yes.
And you did not see any bleach stains?
I do not remember seeing any bleach stains. Excuse me. I do not remember seeing any bleach stains, no.
That's all I have.
Was there a massive amount of video surveillance footage that was seized from a number of locations throughout Davenport in officers' attempts to locate Breasia Terrell?
Yes.
Okay. Because of that, were officers who were on light duty assigned to do an initial review of footage?
Yes.
And then if you observed something of interest that would be relevant to this investigation, was that information then documented for Detective Obert, the lead detective, to go back and review?
Yes.
Okay. Is that what you would have done in this particular case?
Yes.
All right. And then finally, when yourself and evidence technician Jill Foster went down to that evidence bay, was the scope of the search warrant to pull out items and go through and search, or simply to take photographs and document?
It was to ensure that the body of Breasia Terrell was not inside. Then we photographed it and sealed it up to demonstrate that nothing was disturbed.
Okay, and so therefore you weren't pulling out items and going through and looking at them. Would that be fair to say?
I did not touch anything inside the vehicle.
Okay. Would that be true for Ms. Foster as well?
Yes, she photographed only.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Nothing further.
You may step down. At this time, we'll take our noon recess or we can.
Did they say they were going? I didn't hear. I heard him thank her for. And then she's there's a bit of a lag between StreamYard and.
So therefore, you weren't pulling out items and going through and looking at them. Would that be fair to say?
I did not touch anything inside the vehicle.
Okay. Would that be true for Ms. Foster as well?
Yes, she photographed only.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Nothing further.
You may step down. At this time, we'll take our noon recess or reconvene at 1:30.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, so yes, it is lunch. Let me just get this back up to time, and we'll go back to the sentencing. I didn't hear the lunch. His volume's so much quieter than the prosecutor and the witness that he's done talking by the time I register he's speaking. So, okay, here we go. Let's go back to sentencing.
Presentation.
Oh, I'm sorry, Judge. No, Judge, ultimately, sometimes I spoil my remarks in the questions that I ask because I do believe that it's true that what courts typically see, what court reporters, judges, bailiffs typically see is they see folks, I'm gonna say being held accountable or being accused of something that they've done in the worst 2 or 3 or 5 minutes of their life. And what I try to do, which I'm gonna be honest with you, I've never been good at it because I've never been a poet and I spent a lot of time in school, but it was learning big words and handling big concepts. It really wasn't spending much time with your feelings. As I said in the closing remarks, I just didn't spend a lot of time with feelings. And all of this now is about what the court believes is a fair and just punishment for ultimately what happened. And at this stage, when the court is contemplating sentencing, feelings have to come into it because I agree with the prosecutor. There's something super offensive about being in your friend's mother's face, smiling and lying to her. But ultimately, he's not charged with that. If he was charged with lying, it's nothing I could say to dissuade the court from giving him whatever punishment the court would want to give, because I was raised by a father that taught me from very young, I'm gonna say 3rd grade, a liar will do anything. I didn't believe it. Still have trouble with that saying, a liar will do anything. You mean if I eat the last of the ice cream and I lie, I might kill somebody? A liar will do anything. That's what my father taught me. And there's a part of me that believes that, which is why I try to always be honest. And there's something super offensive about being in the mother's face and smiling and acting like you don't know what's going on when you know exactly what's going on. So I agree with the prosecutor on that. There's no way ultimately around that. But what the court has to sentence my client on is the taking of the gun, not really to keep it, but obviously the jury found what they found. The taking of the car, and ultimately the concealing of the body. That's what the court ultimately has to sentence him on. And in that regard, Judge, the totality of evidence, the lack of criminal history, I would respectfully ask the court to sentence my client to 10 serve 2, giving him credit for whatever time that he spent. Irrespective of the sentence that the court might give Mr. Austin Ford, I would respectfully ask the court to sentence my client to first offender, which ultimately would allow him to walk out of the courtroom not a convicted felon, would allow him, once he paroles out or maxes out, to not have a felony conviction follow him for the rest of his life on the 3 charges ultimately that he was found guilty of. Thank you very much, Judge.
Thank you. All right, the state, present the remainder of your case as you deem appropriate.
He's gonna have charges following the rest of his life because he's a habitual criminal. Good night, Matt.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Would you like Mr. Lane at the podium or on the witness stand? On the witness stand, please. All right, and for, I should have said this at the beginning, but I will say it now. Victim impact statements are to advise the court of how you feel about sentencing and what you believe to be appropriate and what you're asking me to do. I would ask that you not directly speak to Mr. Ford, as that would not be appropriate. All right, please have a seat. Right hand.
you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter now pending before the court should be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? Nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Say your name for the court reporter.
My name is Tory Lang. Torreylang.
And Mr. Lang, what information would you like the court to know about sentencing in this matter?
Really don't have too much to say, Your Honor, without being offensive or, speaking as if though I'm speaking out of vengeance or what have you. I'm a father that's still grieving, and I understand that these court proceedings have rules and regulations in place, and, it's not my job to tell anyone how to do their job. My job as a father was taken away from me, unfortunately. Sitting through these proceedings, I tried to remain humble, even through all, the direct and indirect insults and hearing things. I would ask the court to do what it feels is necessary to keep bad people off the streets. I understand that there's individuals who work, who has a job to free bad people, and I don't agree with a lot of stuff. I hear that. Sorry, Anna. Just hearing all of the stuff that's being said, all of a sudden, individuals are church-going, law-abiding citizens, and my daughter, she's gone. I can't do nothing to bring her back, but she didn't deserve to die, and I don't wish this type of pain on no parent. There's an old African proverb that says, if there's no enemy within, the enemy outside could do us no harm. And it's an unfortunate situation where it was hard to determine who the enemy was. Again, I don't want to speak as if though I'm the voice of vengeance or somebody who just want bad things to happen to people who do bad things, but I would ask the court to just do what's right, because I understand that these proceedings and, the system has been allowed to let people do their job and manipulate the truth. And I would hate for this tragic in our lives to set a precedent for people to think that they could lie their way out of murdering individuals. I don't wish death on no other person, but I just hope that this situation doesn't give the notation to individuals that they could just make a mistake and get away with it, just conceal a lie or however individuals may put it. But I don't want to take up too much of your time, Your Honor. I'm still dealing with, this grief. I was an active father. I wasn't an absent father. I was there every day, doing homework, helping with science projects. And to hear certain things as if though, my daughter was suicidal or she didn't deserve to be here because she was overweight and all this other nonsense. It's hurting, but, my family and I realized that this won't be an easy healing. And again, I'm going to try to maintain my humbleness as I've always did, with respect to other people and integrity to my fellow human being. I don't want to dwell too much, Your Honor, because I don't want to, again, seem like I'm being in a place of vengeance, but I would ask the court do think it's right and keep bad people off the streets, Your Honor. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, sir. Call your next witness.
Tanya Line?
morning. Lang, watch your step for me coming around, please.
Ms. Lang, could you raise your right hand? You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter now pending before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
And spell your name for the court reporter, please.
Tanya, Tanya, last name Lang, Lang.
And Ms. Lang, what do you want the court to know before it sentences this defendant for the offenses for which he was convicted?
Okay, first, just let me say, Your Honor, I really misunderstood what this day was about. I really was under the impression that you were allowing us a platform to talk about Tori and what she was about, or you know what I'm saying? That's what I was under the impression. But learning now that you need to know what we feel about the sentencing.
I'm not preventing you from telling me what you want to know.
That's what I'm trying to find out. Am I limited to certain things or whatever? Or can I just talk about Tori?
I can't really tell you what to say, ma'am.
Okay.
So just tell me what you want me to know. And if
Okay.
anybody takes exception to that, then they will let me know. But
Okay.
you just proceed.
And Ms. Lang, obviously, how you feel about sentencing as it relates to Tori, if that information relates to the sentencing, then I think that's what the court is looking for.
Okay. Before I give my view about the sentencing and what I think should be done as far as sentencing, there was a statement made, and I'm sorry, I just feel compelled to address it. A statement was made in this court, and it was an insult to the family. And my son, he's too humble to say anything. Tori is not here, but I am here. And because our mother is gone, I am the matriarch, and I'm going to speak for our family. The statement that, oh, they love her now. Now that she's gone, they love her. I think that was one of the most heartless, insensitive things for a person to say, especially in the presence of her parents that are suffering the grief and the loss of the only child that they had. However, in hindsight, I just feel like the only way a person could fix their mouth to say something like that is if they never experienced that kind of love. So they would not understand that. Before Tori drew her first breath, she was loved so much by so many because we anticipated her arrival. Everything Tori ever did in her life, we celebrated, and not on no small level. Tori was supported, and she was celebrated her entire life. So, I mean, that was just weird to hear that being said. Now, as far as the sentencing for Austin, I just don't see how the court could sentence him in accordance with his involvement in this case. Because the truth of the matter is, for the rest of his life, there'll be a dark cloud over his head. See, Tori's not coming home with us. Tori's not coming home with us. Austin not going home to his family either, at least not now. But at least they can see him. And his mother knows that at some point he will be coming home. We don't have that blessing. We don't have that opportunity to see our baby again until Jesus come back. And that's only if we live right. And that's in the Bible, and that's God's word. And that's what I'm doing. I'm trying to live right so that I can see her again. So as far as sentencing him, if he walk out that door right now, he will never have peace. Never. So whatever the courts want to do with him, I'm with my son on that. I'm with my son on that. But I just hope that in considering or making the decision, whoever is making the decision about his sentencing, put themselves in our shoes. If it were your daughter, your only child, we have people getting up here, you know, one witness testimony was like 90% of the testimony was about her accolades and, you know, the thousands of bodies that she, you know, worked on and what have you. But she wasn't a crime scene investigator. She was an ME. And with all these accolades and all these hours, she still couldn't come up with a determination of how Tory died. I really was under the assumption that the cause of death was a gunshot to the head. Now, far as I'm concerned, that was all she had to say. Anything after that, I think, should be left up to CSI members. They're the ones that specialize in that. And then at the 11th hour to come in and say, oh, I don't know, I think I'm kind of leaning towards suicide. Get out of here. Miss me with that. I think that even the time that Austin has been behind bars, he knows that he's going to probably live in fear for the rest of his life because he knows Tory's family. Not that we would ever do anything, but if you have a certain guilt, you understand, you will always be looking, you know, Tory's old boyfriends, anybody. So the only thing I do right now is just pray and ask God to give us the strength to get through this grief. It's been 2 years. And even now, the pain is so immense. Sometimes I'm just numb. I'm just numb. Tori wasn't my baby. I didn't give her birth, but she was my baby. And everybody knew that. Tori was so loved. And if you never had love like that, unconditional love like that before, you probably just don't even know it exists. And this is why the family is really upset about that statement. That's why I had to address it. So again, you know, whatever the state feel or deem, you know, should be done with him, you just have to accept it at that. Because really, in our eyes and in our hearts, there's no punishment that the state could give him that would justify what has happened. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Watch your step coming down for me.
Thank you.
Take your time. Oh, I thought I heard someone's cell phone. So this is the last time I'm going to say it. If you are not an officer of the court, power your phone all the way off, not on silent, not on airplane mode, off. Please call your next witness.
Camera line.
Good morning. Good morning.
Raise your right hand, please. Swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter now pending before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Please say and spell your name for the court reporter.
My name is Tamara Lang, TAMARALANG as in George.
And what do you want to know, what do you want to let the court know about sentencing in this matter? This tissue right now.
I have something that I want to read, but before I read it, I am Tamara Torres, what we call Kiwi, aunt and godmother, and I've helped raise her in her entire life. A month from today would be September 16th. We would have been celebrating. And like Mama said, we don't do anything that is not colossal when it comes to our only child. But instead of planning this year, we've had to deal with the past over 2 years, the hurt, pain, and tragedy of what has taken place in the loss of our only baby. As far as the sentencing go, I'm going to speak on that first. The only thing that I continuously think about is looking out the window to make sure my baby car was outside and she'd come home. The constant text with her being the only one with the car and having to bring friends and pick them up and rip and run and having conversations of not really understanding what friends are. My friends I've had for 30 years and my friends don't use me. And I've constantly had to think about those conversations when I fix morning coffee and talk to her. When we were looking for her and all of this took place, I keep seeing, I can't say his name, the defendant, when I pulled up from the funeral home to make arrangements, his mama standing outside of my home and him going in my home to bring Mama Lane flowers. And I knew something. At the funeral, the only picture in my head was him taking pictures in front of her horse and carriage ride like it was a fashion show red carpet. That image has never left my head. The phone call and text message of identifying her, of which I had to do, and send pictures that has never left my head. He needs to be sentenced to the max. Who is a friend could leave a friend laying killed in a park with a gunshot to their head and for months lying to us and point the blame at other people? No friend would ever do anything like that. Your friends cover you. Your friends pray with you. Your friends hold you accountable if you are a friend. So I am asking that the court have mercy on my family and judge the maximum sentence. Coming into this court time after time, motion, every little thing we've come for, and for him to have a smirk on his face, to watch that, and his mother, they're looking at us like we did wrong, and we are not the ones here who has transgressed and hurt and left somebody dead. This is the hardest thing in life that we've ever had to deal with. And I'm asking you, Judge, to see and put yourselves in our shoes. We don't have our only child. All we have is memories. And with that being said, I will read what I provided. Tory Lane, Kiwi's dash. The dash on a person's obituary between the date of birth to the date they leave Earth represents a person's life journey on Earth. And only those who love them know what that little line was worth. On September 16th, 2002, a star was born. Tori, a kiwi is fuzzy on the outside, but soft and sweet on the inside. That was our baby, our kiwi. Kiwi was born big, B-I-G, blessed in God. From a toddler at the tender age of 2, Kiwi had so much compassion and care for others. We would be amazed at how she would say the sweetest, most comforting words. At 2, we decided to enroll her in a school that focused on being diverse and bilingual. Imagine, to my surprise, picking her up one day and hearing her sing numbers in Spanish. Kiwi was big, B-I-G, bright, insightful, and gentle. Kiwi grew up an only child and a friend. No matter how much she would share, her they would break, or her snacks they would take, she was always willing to see the best in them, making excuses for their actions and behavior. Kiwi was big, B-I-G, believed in seeing good. Kiwi has taken cheerleading, acting, modeling, traveled to other countries, cruises, and explored many water and theme parks. She was in a choir, although she couldn't sing. Kiwi was always on the honor roll, and teachers adored her. Her love for math was amazing, and she would do math problems that I would pass over and pray they would get worked out. So many of her schoolmates have shared with us how she helped, tutored, and gave them grace while grading their assignments they struggled in. Kiwi was big, B-I-G, brilliant, inspiring, and gracious. Amazed by skyscrapers and uniquely designed buildings, Kiwi had dreams of being an architectural engineer and was enrolled in engineering school, also taking dual enrollment, which is taking college courses while still in high school. She was very creative and worked on several inventions with her daddy, who always told her, "The baby is going to do great things." Kiwi had a charismatic aura that drew people to her, that came from her mama, her grandmother. Her beautiful smile, personality, and grace, of course, came from me. And her brains and beauty came from her mama and daddy. But not just beauty on the outside, but beneath the surface. She was taught that God searches our hearts. And yes, she journaled to God. Well, at least we know she knew him. Kiwi was big, B-I-G, believer, incomparable, and gentle. When hearing the question in court asked to young adults, "Where do you think you will be?" At age 30, it was very heartbreaking. All I could think about was where our baby was. If I knew my key, she would be in the prime of her architectural engineering career, owning several businesses, maybe even married, but never too busy to spend time with her family, and most of all, her mama, her true best friend. But now, all we have left are memories. No wedding, no grandbaby, no engineering career, no creative inventions, and the family gatherings and trips will never be the same. With all that I said, I know that Kiwi's life left a lasting impression on many. It wasn't the things we gave to her, but what we instilled in her. Kiwi was big, a bright, incredible gift. She is a loved child by many, a beacon light, the joy of our life, our precious baby, our heart, our Tori, our Kiwi. Thank you, Judge.
Breasia Lang. Raise your right hand, please. You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter now pending before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Please say and spell your name for the court reporter.
Teresa, yes.
We want the court to know before it sentences this defendant.
Right now, Your Honor, I'm so hurt, angry. I feel weak, tired. I feel like for the rest of my life, I'm gonna have to fight for my baby. It's like it's never gonna end. I have to see that her legacy lives on through me, her father, her family. I'm just hurt and just disappointed by everything. It just really shows me that life is not fair at all. I'm lost for words. I'm just hurt. Every day I get up, get dressed, comb my hair. You can see the hurt in my eyes, my husband's eyes, my family eyes. When I look at him, it looks like he sleeps good every night, every single night. You know why? Because he's evil, heartless. Only people like that can sleep good at night. As far as the sentencing, Your Honor, I know it would never bring Tori back, but at least you can get a peace of mind, some type of peace of mind. I just think if he would have just said something, called him and told me my baby was out there in the darkness, animals, bugs, laying there like a piece of trash all night long. I want to see him on the Ring camera, just so going by his day like nothing ever happened. Like he didn't see her, no, he left her there, hurt her, just left her there. Just left her there, lifeless. When I spoke with him that night, he heard the fear in my heart, in my voice. He didn't care. Yeah, I don't know what to say. I just feel And then whatever we say, however we feel, you have to do what you have to do. That's all I have to say. Okay.
No other witnesses, Your Honor, just some final remarks. I'll wait till Ms. Lang is seated. Your Honor, I understand that this defendant is eligible for first offender, and none of these offenses are prohibited by law for this defendant to be sentenced under the First Offender Act for them. It's the court's determination to balance whether or not society has a greater interest in knowing that this defendant has been convicted or what he has been convicted of versus whatever benefit there is to him. And I have no choice but to leave that in the discretion of the court. But I do take exception with the suggestion that the state makes this recommendation out of a sense of revenge, or is asking the court to sentence him for the murder it didn't convict him of. I take a strong exception to that because, as the court can see, this is the single most heinous, callous, cold, and calculated way to commit the three offenses that the defendant was convicted of. And when it is the single most callous, cold, calculated way, it is appropriate, even on the first offense, to sentence a defendant to the maximum for that offense. The law prescribes a certain thing as the maximum and allows the court to run offenses consecutively. The court's not being asked to do anything outside of the law. Disingenuous simply to suggest because it suits your needs that it's simply out of revenge. It's not. Your Honor, the state believes its recommendation is appropriate, especially given the impact these offenses had on the Lang family, the heartless way in which it was committed, and the purpose for which it was committed, which was to conceal, ultimately, Tory Lang's death for as long as possible. For that reason, Your Honor, the state's respectfully asking the court to follow its recommendation.
Thank you. Anything final before I prepare to move forward with sentencing?
No, thank you, Judge.
All right, give me a moment to collect my thoughts. All right, having presided over both jury trials in this case, as a judge, I do not know what happened in Yellow River Park. I was not there. The attorneys were not there. The families were not there. And oftentimes in jury trials, you have the state's version of events, the defendant's version of events, and oftentimes the absolute and unequivocal truth lies somewhere in between those two versions. I acknowledge that 2 mistrials after 2 jury trials does not provide any closure for the Lang family. But honestly, I don't know what could possibly provide closure to the family under any circumstance. And I recognize that. I can't sentence Mr. Ford for the offenses for which he was not convicted by 2 juries. To sentence him for the 3 offenses for which he was convicted. With that being said, I'm going to start with count 8, concealing the death of another. For that offense, I impose a sentence of 10 years to serve in confinement. He'll be entitled to credit for time previously served on these charges as he is lawfully entitled to and as determined by the custodian. On count 7, theft by taking of the motor vehicle, I impose a sentence of 10 years probation consecutive to count 8. On count 6, theft by taking of the firearm, I impose a sentence of 10 years probation concurrent, which makes the aggregate sentence on all 3 counts a total of 20 years, the first 10 years to serve in confinement. I impose the following conditions: a $1,500 fine plus any court costs and surcharges, the monthly probation reporting fee, the indigent defense application fee for the services of court-appointed counsel. I order that while he is on probation, he is not permitted to consume any alcohol or drugs unless they are lawfully prescribed to him. He will be subject to random screens and must waive specimen admissibility in any court proceeding for any positive screen results. I order that he undergo an alcohol and drug evaluation and that he complete any recommended treatment. While on probation, he is not to have any contact of any kind, directly or indirectly, with any member of the victim's family, their residence, their place of employment, or any school location. The defense has asked that I treat Mr. Ford as a first offender. It is undisputed from both sides that he has no prior criminal history and he appears otherwise eligible for that treatment. However, taking into account everything that I am lawfully entitled to consider, I decline to sentence him as a first offender. I also order that the state present to me today a null pros order on the preceding indictment in case 22B 03732-3. I also note for the record that the indictment in which issue was joined for the second trial was provided to Ms. Banks-Brown at the conclusion of the hearing, and that indictment will need to be filed with this court's sentencing order. I believe I also need to address, even though I have entered an order on the mistrial for counts 1 through 5, this sentencing order will reflect a mistrial for counts 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 on the sentencing order. I'm sorry, thank you. Counts 1, 2, 4, and 5. Count 3, voluntary manslaughter, was a directed verdict, and the Senate sheet should reflect that. Let me advise Mr. Ford of some appellate rights, and then I'll turn to each side to determine if they take issue or need any clarification on the court's sentence. Mr. Ford, if you feel that your rights were violated, you may challenge your conviction in one of 2 ways. First, you have a right to directly appeal from your plea by filing a notice of appeal within 30 days of the date that your sentence is filed. Second, you can challenge this proceeding through a habeas corpus petition. That must be filed within 4 years for felony offenses, and all of your convictions are in fact felonies. And that 4 years runs from the date that your sentence is filed. Mr. Ford, do you understand these rights? To further clarify on your right to appeal, you do have a right to seek post-judgment relief from your conviction of the crimes by either making a motion for new trial in this court and or by filing an appeal to a higher appellate court. If you want to file a motion for new trial or an appeal, then you will need to file the appeal. You will need to file the motion or a notice of appeal with the clerk of Superior Court of this county within 30 days. You can discuss that more fully with your attorney, Mr. Lewis. If a motion for new trial is in fact filed, and after a hearing, I deny that motion for new trial, then you will have 30 days from the filing of the order denying your new trial in which to file with the clerk of a court your notice to appeal to a higher court. You have the right to have an attorney represent you on your motion for new trial and the first level of direct appellate review. If for any reason you cannot afford to hire an attorney, the court will provide you an attorney and one copy of the transcript of your trial at no cost. Mr. Lawrence Lewis, I'll ask that you file the initial motion for new trial within 30 days. And if you are requesting to come off of the case for appellate purposes, if you will indicate that, and I will appoint Mr. Ford different appellate counsel if he wishes to appeal. All right, let me turn now first to the state for any questions or clarification needed on the court sentence.
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Lawrence Lewis.
I don't know the credit for time served date. I don't know if the prosecutor is making a suggestion. I do know that March 29, 2022 was the interview with the lead detective, and I do know at some point in time my client made his way to the Gwinnett County Jail. I suspect that at some time between the time that the detective spoke to him and the time he arrived at 2900 University Parkway, warrants were filed against them and holds were placed, but I don't know that date. So I don't know if the court is going to try to figure out, or if we should figure out what that credit for time served date is now, or if you just leave it to the calculation of the custodian. And then if I disagree with that, I'll file a motion to amend the credit for time served date. I don't know how you want to handle that. I just don't know what his credit for time served date is, Judge. And obviously I would ask that he receive credit for time that he served. The date back to March 29th would give him 16 months. I think at the date when he arrived would probably be closer to 14. So I'm not quite sure what date the warrants dropped and the hold was placed on him when he was in Clayton County.
All right, and I typically stay out of that dispute. It is within the purview of the custodian to determine what credit he is lawfully entitled to receive. For that very reason, I do not put a specific date. I leave that up to the custodian. That is within their purview to determine the appropriate credit. Any other issues with the sentence as announced from the defense?
No, thank you, Judge.
All right, Mr. Ford, do you understand your sentence? All right, I'll also instruct the state to maintain possession of the evidence, to file an evidence and retention log with the court at the earliest convenience.
Yes,
All right, then that is going to conclude the sentencing hearing. Mr. Ford is remanded to the custody of the sheriff. All right, we will now switch gears to a related quasi-criminal matter under the same docket number 23B00981-3 in Ray Sheila Holly on the matter of contempt. Neither side is a party to this contempt action. This is the court's motion, and the court will proceed with witnesses as it deems fit. Let me have Ms. Holly at defense table, and I'll need if you could remove Lawrence Lewis's documents, please. And Mr. Smith, if you could join your client. All right, the state is not a party. You're free to remain, but you are not a party to the action. So if anybody wishes to leave the courtroom before I start this hearing, please do so now. All right, Mr. Smith, good morning. How are you? All right. Are you in receipt of the court's prior orders regarding the contempt and the notice of hearing for today? Okay. Well, that's the copy that was filed. So I just turn to you if you want to make any opening remarks. If not, it's the court's hearing and I will call my first witness, which would be Deputy Odom. But do you want to make any opening remarks? All right, then I will call Deputy Odom to the witness stand, please. If you will be comfortably seated in the chair and raise your right hand. All right. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll provide the court in the pending matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, lower your hand and please state and spell your name.
My name is Rebecca Odom, REBECCA ODOM.
All right, and how are you employed?
I'm a deputy sheriff with Gwinnett County Sheriff's Department.
All right, Deputy Odom, were you assigned to this courtroom, courtroom 3F, for the criminal jury trial in the State versus Austin Ford that commenced on Monday, August 7th, 2023?
Yes,
And were you assigned to this courtroom each day that that jury trial took place?
yes,
Were you present in the courtroom for the trial proceedings, accepting any lunch, recess, and breaks?
yes,
Did you hear the court at any occasion provide instructions to courtroom observers regarding cell phones?
yes.
What do you recall that instruction to be?
The instruction I recall were that everyone who is not an officer of the court to have their phones powered all the way off.
All right, and do you recall if I made that instruction on more than one occasion?
Yes, I do.
Do you recall if that instruction was in fact made on more than one occasion for each day for which the trial proceeded?
Yes,
Are you familiar with Sheila Holly?
since the duration of this trial, yes.
And was there something regarding Miss Holly that caught your attention during the trial proceeding?
Yes. On Wednesday, August the 9th, it was at the end of the day, about 4:50 to 5 o'clock. We were about to adjourn, and the jurors were leaving out. And you were, after the jurors left out, you asked for the deputy to take Mr. Austin back in custody. So as Deputy Hilbert was removing Mr. Ford, then he saw that Miss Sheila Holly had her cell phone and it looked like it was in video mode. So he got her phone and he handed it to me because he had custody of the inmate. And when I looked at the phone, that's when I saw that it was in look like video mode. And there was a picture in the small corner of the courtroom. That's when I advised the court.
All right, and that was a cell phone that was retrieved from Miss Holly in the courtroom?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and do you have that cell phone with you today?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Smith, you want to look at what I'm going to mark as Court's Exhibit 1, please? If you need to open it up, you can do so. All right, any objection to what I'm going to mark as Court's Exhibit 1?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. Let me have the court, you'll hand that to the court reporter. Can you look at the contents of what has been marked as Court's Exhibit 1 and tell me if you recognize it. Within Court's Exhibit 1?
This is the cell phone belonging to Miss Sheila Holly.
All right, and is that the cell phone that you seized from Ms. Holly in court?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, I will admit Court's Exhibit 1 into evidence for the record. Any objection, Mr. Smith?
No objection.
All right. I am also, Mr. Smith, I'll show you what I intend to mark as Court's Exhibit 2. If you'll review that, please. I'll ask the court reporter to mark this as Court's Exhibit 2. All right, Deputy Odom, if you'll look at Court's Exhibit 2 and tell me if you recognize it.
Yes, I do.
Does it appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as when you first saw it?
Yes.
And what is Court's Exhibit 2?
Course Exhibit 2 is what appears to be a photograph from the gallery of members of the jury.
Is that the photograph that you observed on the cell phone that's contained in Court's Exhibit 1?
Yes.
At this time, I would admit Court's Exhibit 2 for the record. Any objection, Mr. Smith? All right, it will be made part of the record. Can you tell generally what is depicted in Court's Exhibit 2?
What's depicted in Court's Exhibit 2 is members of the jury as they're sitting during trial, and there's Mr. Norris Lewis and what appears to be the Mrs. Banks Brown sitting at the prosecutor's table.
All right, and the jurors appear to be seated where in the photograph?
The jurors are seated in the jury box.
All right, and that appears to be, does that appear to be a picture that was taken during trial proceedings?
Yes.
All right, I have no further questions at this time. Mr. Smith, do you have any questions for Deputy Odom?
Just one. Deputy Odom, is there indication that that picture was sent or transmitted to anyone outside the program?
There's no indication that it was sent to anybody, to my knowledge.
All right, you may step down. Thank you. All right, Mr. Smith, I obviously don't want to get into any privileged communications between you and your client. I would rest on the testimony of Deputy Odom, so I don't know if your client intends to be placed under oath and take the witness stand to defend the allegations of contempt. If you could stand for me and use that podium mic, please.
Your Honor, we would concede on a per se violation of the order, but wanted to proceed on sentencing or adjudication.
All right, do you want to call your client to the witness stand and place her under oath for any mitigation?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, she may do so.
We call Ms. Sheila Holly to the stand. She's still considered under oath?
No, you'll need to place her under oath.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And you'll need to speak loudly for me, please.
Yes.
And state your name for the record.
Sheila Holly.
And what is your relationship to the defendant in this case?
I'm his mother.
And how often have you come to his trials?
I've been here every day for his trials.
So did you understand that per the judge's order, you weren't allowed to have your phone powered on during proceedings?
Yes.
So on this occasion at issue, why did you have your phone on and why was a picture taken?
Well, initially, my anxiety was so bad right before the court proceedings started that I went outside the court to power my phone off because I'm not a real good iPhone user. I don't normally use iPhone that much. While I was out there, the second chair attorney, Miss Fallon, had came out there to let me know that the proceedings were about to start. I was explaining to her my anxiety was so bad that I just didn't know how to turn off my phone. So she went to my phone and she went into airplane mode. And she went to settings and then she went to airplane mode. And I said to her, I was like, I thought the phone had to be totally off. And she said, well, you're the mother. You have like a little extra privileges. I forgot the word she actually said, that you have privileges. And I told her, I was like, well, normally my phone is off. She was like, you have provisions actually. So then I came into court. Then I came back into court after she put on airplane mode for me.
But did you see anything in the courtroom that I guess inspired you to take the picture?
I did. It was throughout the trial, several of the jurors were asleep. Um, right before I actually took the picture, it was one particular juror that the juror next to her continued to nudge her to wake her up. And she would wake up and then she would go lean to the side and go right back to sleep. So my anxiety was super bad. My son is on trial, where they're trying to take the rest of his life for him. My anxiety was through the roof. I snapped the picture. Immediately after I snapped the picture, I was like, oh my goodness, this is so wrong. I'm not supposed to use the phone, you know. And I was like, okay, I'm gonna delete it, immediately delete it. And that was that. I just left it in my phone. I left it in my phone. When I was going to leave out the court, I was going to immediately delete it because I realized, oh my gosh, you're not supposed to take a picture, and especially of, any jurors or whatever. It's just that throughout the trial, several of the jurors were asleep.
So do you have any ill will or harbor any bad feelings regarding the jury or any of the proceedings?
None at all. And I felt totally bad that, I even disrupted the court. Like, that was not my intentions at all, at all. My anxiety was through the roof. Like, my anxiety was really bad.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, I do have some questions for your client. Ms. Holly, you attended both the first jury trial in April as well as the second jury trial in August, correct?
Yes.
And do you acknowledge hearing me repeatedly say multiple times a day throughout the proceedings the court's position regarding cell phones?
Yes, Your Honor.
And did you in fact hear me say that your phone needed to be completely powered off, not just on silent while you were in court?
I heard you say that, yes, Your Honor.
So despite that, you still came into the courtroom with your phone powered on, is that correct?
In airplane mode, yes, Your Honor.
And despite whatever anxiety you may have been feeling, you knew that it was wrong to take a picture of the jurors in court during trial.
Yes, Your Honor.
And at no time did I give you permission to power your phone on in court. Is that correct?
You're correct, Your Honor.
And at no time did I give you permission to either take a picture or have your phone in record mode during the proceedings.
My phone was never in record mode.
Okay, but at any time did I give you permission to do that?
No, Your Honor, you didn't.
All right, I have no further questions. Any redirect, Mr. Smith? No, Your Honor. All right, you can step down, ma'am. Mr. Smith, I will hear from you if you'll use the podium regarding any mitigation evidence. I intend to, let me give her a chance to make her way back to the table. Any mitigation regarding consequences, if I, well, let me make a finding first and then have you, you can say there, it's gonna be a short finding.
Okay.
And then have you respond regarding any mitigation. Upon a consideration of the evidence and all matters of record, I do find beyond a reasonable doubt that Sheila Holly is guilty of indirect criminal contempt of court. I make this finding that she intentionally disregarded a command of the court by having her cell phone powered on without prior permission of the court and by improperly taking a picture of jurors seated in the jury box in the courtroom during court proceedings. I further find that her actions presented a danger to the orderly administration of justice in the trial proceedings. So having her being found guilty, I'll turn to you, Mr. Smith, for any mitigation. Obviously, having made this finding, it is within the court's discretion to impose a fine of $1,000 and or 20 days in confinement. I'll hear from you before I impose sentence.
Thank you, Judge. In any case like this, there are multiple victims. Obviously, there's the family of the victim who deserve all the sympathy and grace and love that the Lord can give us. There's also the family of the accused, because I believe no parent intends to raise their child to end up in a proceeding like this. And having gone through 2 trials and having the stress and the pain of her son fighting for her life, it was an emotional and impulsive act for her to take the picture, because in a proceeding that's this important, it has to be emotionally jarring to see the jury be unengaged, allegedly. But in her mind, the jury was unengaged and her son was fighting for her life. Now, she had no plans to intimidate the jury. There was no indication that she transmitted it to anyone else or made any improper communications with anybody involved in the case. This is just a emotional, impulsive mistake. And we ask that the court take that in consideration when imposing its sentence. She just had to witness her son be gone for at least 10 years, maybe up to 20. And before this sentencing, it could have been life. So I would ask the court not to compound that by sentencing her to confinement and to have to process what she has to process now, just 5 minutes ago, in Gwinnett County Jail.
All right, thank you. Does Ms. Holly want to be heard before I impose sentence? She'll need to come to the podium if she wants to speak. I'll hear from you, Ms. Holly.
Your Honor, I just want to say that I'm extremely sorry for what I did. I have not stopped thinking about it. I was even remorseful even after I did it. I realized how people would feel about it, and even think about it and think that I would attempt to do anything. And I would never. I actually would never do anything. I was super emotional at the time. just watching some of the jurors be engaged and sleeping several times throughout the trial too. It really put my anxiety through, I had also been really remorseful even towards the family as well. Like, I've had people say to me that, you know, things about the family, and I myself was thinking of how many times I hugged the mother and even what she was going through. Even now during court, I was still telling some of my friends about how I just wanted to hug her and rub her back as I did so many times in the past, even though they feel so terrible about me. I'm just a lighthearted person like that. I feel for the mother. I knew Tori. Tori was in my house numerous times. Like, I totally felt for the mother. I had no ill intentions at all towards the jury whatsoever. And my anxiety was just through the roof. That was it.
You can be seated at the table with your attorney. Give me a moment to formulate the sentence in this matter. I'm going to ask that the court reporter file Court's Exhibit Number 2, the photograph, to file that under seal with the transcript to protect the identity of the jurors that were wrongfully captured in the photograph. And with regard to Court's Exhibit 1, the cell phone, I'll ask the court reporter to take a photograph of the contents of Court's Exhibit 1 before I remand that back to the custody of the sheriff. All right, pursuant to my authority under OCGA 15-7-4A5, having found Sheila Holly guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of indirect criminal contempt, I order that she shall purge herself of this contempt by serving 3 days in confinement at the Gwinnett County Detention Center. Ms. Holly will be immediately remanded to the custody of the Gwinnett County Sheriff's Office, and she will be released from custody on Saturday, August 19th at 11:30 a.m. The Sheriff's Department is hereby directed to maintain custody of Ms. Holly's cell phone, which was previously seized by the court on August 9th, until such time as Ms. Holly is released from custody on Saturday, August 19th. Thereupon, the Sheriff's Department shall release and return the cell phone to Ms. Holly upon her release from the detention center on Saturday, August 19th. I need a few moments to prepare that order for the sheriff to take both Ms. Holly into custody and to maintain possession of her cell phone. But that is the order of the court. Ms. Holly is remanded to the custody of the sheriff. That concludes this hearing. Thank you.
Okay, so she doesn't get a fine. She gets her phone back. I was hoping she'd get a fine too. So, okay, well, I guess, let's see. Let's go back over to the flagpole here. Yeah. Hey, Kitty, you say hi. Say hi. Okay, let's see. Waiting for the page to load. here. Okay. Are having issues with their internet, so sometimes they're out in my front yard at the picnic table borrowing a cup of internet. So let's see. Okay, I found criminal animal videos. Let's see. Come on, load. Okay. We've only got like 5 minutes until they're supposed to be back, so pretty good timing with the hearing in Georgia. Let's see. Okay, let's go here. We'll probably have a commercial if I know how these things go. No?
When animals turn bad, but they don't mean to, they just can't themselves. That's true. Animals know and so are not responsible for their actions. When that shark bit your leg off while you were enjoying a playful frolic in the sea, he didn't tell you personally. He was just following his primeval evolutionary desires. Anyone with half a brain knows that. Still, that hasn't stopped us superior humans accusing animals of human crimes. Here are 5 animals that found themselves on the wrong side of the law. Before we get into ranking these furry felons, take a quick second to subscribe to Ranked Topics. Also, be sure you hit the notification bell so you can be first in line when we publish new. Number 5. A bull. Crime, murder. If you think it's just the Spanish that torment bulls, think again. The French also have a history with our bovine friends. In 1499, in the town of Beaupré, a bull unfortunately managed to kill a 14-year-old boy. There are few details of the actual incident, so we can't say if there was any justification of self-defense. The townspeople didn't see it that way anyhow, and the bull stood trial. Rooster. Crime, laying an egg. We know medieval Europeans had a penchant for accusing women of witchcraft. Just keeping a black cat was enough for a lady of yore to be thrown bound and gagged into the local river, or burned at the stake. However, accusations of sorcery were not reserved for women alone. Chickens, too, could fall foul of the law. Did you see what they did there? In 1474, in Basel, Switzerland, a rooster. Roosters could not lay eggs. That insight led them to the only possible conclusion. The bird was obviously possessed by the devil. It was swift and the rooster was burned alive. As if further proof were needed, 3 more eggs were found inside the body. Any townsfolk smart enough to realize the rooster was in fact a hen did well to keep quiet. Number 3, pigs. Crime, back to France for the next animal convicts. At a French monastery in 1379, 2 herds of pigs killed a man. They ate him alive, and perhaps more shockingly, a group of people looked on but did nothing. Both pigs and bystanders were found guilty and sentenced to death. However, the monastery's leader could not bear the thought of the financial loss if all his pigs were executed. He persuaded the Duke of Burgundy to pardon the onlookers, but he graciously offered to supply the porcine ringleaders. Consequently, 3 unlucky pigs were selected for execution. Of course, they were burned to death. 2. A monkey. Crime, spying. The passing of the Age of Enlightenment sadly didn't save the animal kingdom. Hartlepool, England, during the Napoleonic Wars, a French ship was wrecked off the town's coast. The sole survivor of this tragedy was the ship's monkey, who was washed ashore. The locals found him, and not knowing what a French person looked like, they assumed this hirsute little man was the enemy. The monkey was accused of being a spy and tried for his crimes. The little fellow was dispatched by hanging. To this day, the nickname of the local football team is the Monkey Hangers. Number 1. An elephant. Crime, murder. Not to be outdone in anything, the Americans also got in on the action. They couldn't let the old world Europeans dominate the animal prosecution sphere, could they? So, in 1916 in Tennessee, they got in on the act and lynched an elephant. Her name was Mary, and she was part of a traveling circus. During his first day as her handler and with no experience, Red Eldridge managed to upset Mary by whacking her on the head with a metal spike. She took exception to this, lifted Red into the air with her trunk, and smashed his body into the ground several times before trampling him to death. Witnesses demanded justice, and the circus owner agreed. He advertised Mary's execution, and when the day came, a large crowd cheered as poor Mary was hoisted into the air by an enormous crane. She was hanged by her neck until she was dead. Luckily, that has deterred elephant crime in Tennessee ever since. There they are, the most despicable animal criminals in history. What do you think of the ranking? Do you agree that Mary the elephant was the worst? Tell us in the comments below. And as always, don't forget to hit subscribe and the notification bell. Until next time, watch yourself around those animals.
Animals are not all the cute, cuddly best friends. Spontaneous and vicious crime sprees. The crime, destruction of property. In 2007, researchers in Alaska attempted to tranquilize an adult bull moose in order to attach a tracking tag. However, instead of getting sleepy after being shot with the dart, the moose simply got angry. He then noticed the nearby helicopter in which the scientists were waiting, and he charged. The moose managed to bring down the helicopter, but he was injured in the crash and had to be put down. The crime, theft and public intoxication. Vervet monkeys were brought to the island of St. Kitts about 300 years ago by rum industry slave traders. They wasted no time developing a taste for the drink. These days, they get most of their rum from tourists, however. They've been known to steal drinks while people aren't looking, or will even intentionally knock over cocktails to lap up the spill. The crime, burglary, theft, and gluttony. In the 1920s, an elephant named Maverick got irritated, broke the fence, and escaped from the Moscow Zoo. He went to Kudrinskaya Square, where he smashed the window of a bakery and ate all the buns. The crime, grand theft auto and vandalism. A family was spending the night at their vacation home in Lake Tahoe when they heard their car horn beeping. After investigating, they realized a bear had gotten itself stuck inside their Toyota Prius. To make things worse, the bear somehow put the car in reverse, back down the 25-foot driveway, and smashed into some boulders. The crime, theft, trespassing, and just generally being a creep. In Southampton in the UK, there lives a kleptomaniacal. His favorite thing to steal? Women's underwear. Oscar will roam his neighborhood looking for clothes drying on the line, which he then steals and brings back to his owners. Apparently, on a good day, Oscar has been able to swipe up to 10 pairs of underwear from area women. The crime, lewd and lascivious behavior, public indecency, and vandalism. In 2000, an elephant seal lovingly named Homer took up residence in Gisborne, New Zealand. Since there were no lady elephant seals in Gisborne, Homer began taking out his, frustrations on objects around town. Homer apparently had his way with, and damaged in the process, numerous cars, boat trailers, and a nearby tree. Area residents put up barriers, but Homer got past them and had relations with a power box, causing a temporary blackout. Animals are not
testimony. And I asked Mr. Freeze if he had any further objections, and he stated no. Is that a fair summary, Ms. Cunningham?
Yes, Your Honor.
And Mr. Freeze?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may proceed, Ms. Cunningham.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Corporal Joshua Stocking to the stand.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? Yes, I do. Please have a seat. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please state your name for the record and spell your last name.
It's Joshua Stocking, Stocking.
What is your occupation?
A police officer,
Who are you employed with?
City of Davenport,
How long have you been employed with the Davenport Police Department?
going on 21 years.
Describe your educational background.
I have a bachelor's degree in law enforcement. I also attended the Iowa Law Enforcement Academy, along with a field training program here at Davenport.
And throughout the course of your career, have you been actively involved in ongoing training involving various aspects of the law enforcement work that you perform?
Yes.
In what capacities have you served the department?
I have served in patrol division. I've served in a division called NETS. I've served in the property crimes division within the detective bureau. I've served in the special victims unit within the detective bureau. I've also served in the warrant division, and I'm now currently assigned a major case.
Okay. How long have you been with the Davenport Police Department?
Almost 21 years.
As of July of 2020, which of those units were you assigned to?
I was in the property crimes division.
Were you involved in some capacity with an investigation that was initiated on July 10th that came about as a result of a child by the name of Breasia Terrell who was reported to be missing?
Yes.
What was the date of your initial involvement?
The initial date, July 10th.
Okay. Now, just to set the stage, there was a call made to the department at 8:29 a.m. in the morning that communications specialist Mona Varela would have taken with patrol being dispatched out to a given location. What location was patrol dispatched out to?
To an apartment complex on 53rd Street.
Okay. Is that the Jersey Meadows apartment complex?
Correct.
At some point then was the detective bureau contacted and a request made for additional manpower?
Yes.
Were you a part of the team from the detective bureau that responded out to the Jersey Meadow apartment complex?
Yes.
Describe then what your involvement would have been out there during July 10th.
My involvement would have been the canvass of the surrounding area of the apartment complex, looking for videos and any witnesses that may have seen where Breasia had left.
Now, explain why you were looking for video surveillance cameras.
Just trying to catch her on videos, get a direction of travel, to see if we could see her walking, running, to see if a car picked her up, anything that would give us a lead.
Okay. With that being said, how broad a search was conducted out in that area to see if there were residences or businesses that had video surveillance equipment attached to the physical structures for either?
It was numerous blocks.
Numerous blocks. All right. And then if there was a business that was noted to have a video surveillance camera or cameras affixed to the outside of the business, did a law enforcement officer make contact with a representative of the store?
Yes.
If there was a video surveillance camera noted to be fixed to the outside structure of any residence in that area of town, did an officer make contact with the homeowner?
Yes.
And as a result of that contact, then what was the nature of any request that was made either to employees of businesses or residents of homes?
We would request to review their video footage.
Okay. Was there quite a bit of video surveillance footage that was collected from that area of town?
Yes.
Describe then how that process was handled as far as the review was concerned, and then with that review, what additional steps were taken?
For that initial incident, like the initial day?
No, we're just talking
In general?
Yeah, just very generally about the video surveillance feed. Whenever we seized video surveillance feed, what was the process that was followed by the Davenport Police Department?
We would download it onto a USB or a disk, and then we would transport to the station where it's turned over to someone to be viewed. After it's viewed, it's then placed in evidence.
Okay. Were there individuals at the department who were doing an initial review of all of the videos that were seized throughout the course of this investigation?
Yes.
For the individuals that were doing this review, were these officers who were active in community policing, or were they on some type of light duty status?
The ones I'm familiar with were on light duty status.
And then when they went through and did a review, were there parameters that were provided to them as far as information about suspects of interest or an individual of interest?
Yes.
Vehicles of interest?
Yes.
Any characteristics associated with vehicles of interest?
Yes.
And even descriptors about Breasia, Terrell, and what she looked like?
Yes.
Once that initial stage of review took place, then was that documented in some way to be reviewed further by a lead case detective?
Yes.
Who was our lead detective in this particular case?
Detective Obert.
Okay. And then would he have gone back and then reviewed any video surveillance that was flagged as having something that may be relevant?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what I'd like to do is I want to focus on July 10th so that we've got a perspective of how extensive included yourself and many other officers.
Correct.
Okay. And then
so I was paired up with Detective Errol Walker, and we were tasked with knocking on doors, going door to door with a photo of Breasia. We were looking for A, any witnesses that may have seen her leaving, and B, if there was any video cameras that we could view to see if we get a direction of travel. So we were going door to door on foot.
okay. Were you only one such team that was doing that?
There was multiple teams.
Okay. And so by virtue of that, was that area of town divided up into sections with teams being deployed to those two different sections of town?
Yes, Sergeant Colclaser had divided us up in teams into certain areas and wanted us to search them.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Okay. We previously introduced State's Exhibit number 38. I'd like for you to look at State's Exhibit 38. And then once you've had an opportunity to orient yourself to what's depicted on this diagram that would be relevant to the discussion that I'm going to have with you, let me know. And if it would help Corporal Stocking to go down and just look closer at the exhibit, feel free to do so.
Let's take a look here. Okay, go ahead.
All right. Define for us then how extensive the canvas was by just identifying neighborhoods that were covered and the locations of those neighborhoods relative to the apartment complex at Jersey Meadows.
You want me to talk about the ones me and Detective Walker did?
Yeah, and then additionally, just other areas. I mean, we could bring in officers all day long to talk about that, but we're trying to be more circumspect.
I would say the primary area for the canvas would have been 53rd Street – south down to 46th, from Elmore all the way over to Jersey.
Okay, all right. Now, what areas were you and Detective Walker canvassing?
We canvassed Lorton, which Jersey Meadows, as you come out of Jersey Meadows South, there's a stoplight there. If you continue through the stoplight, turns into Lorton. So we did Lorton all the way down to 51st. We did 51st, then all the way down Lorton, all the way down to 47th. We did 47th, and then we did all 46th Street.
Okay, all right. Is that just kind of a good indication of what would have happened in the other areas around Jersey Meadow apartment complex working to the east?
Yes, we also did a canvas behind Costco where there's a field. We walked that area as a group. We also did all the surrounding area of Jersey Meadows as well.
Okay, all right. What did you do in the area that you and Detective Walker worked?
Went door to door looking for any leads for Breasia.
Okay. Would you have knocked on every door of every residence there?
Yes.
Okay. And then if individuals weren't home, were business cards left requesting the homeowner or residents to contact the Davenport Police Department?
Yes.
Okay. That being said, relative to the entirety of that canvas done of that area, did anyone report seeing Breasia?
No.
Was Breasia captured on any video surveillance cameras?
No, not that I collected.
And then were there any leads developed whatsoever by virtue of video surveillance cameras or knocking on doors that would assist in locating Breasia?
No.
Okay. Now, let's step outside of that. From there, then, what were you tasked with doing in the course of the investigation?
The following days, we were tasked with, again, continuing to canvass the area, broadening the search, looking for maybe businesses that would have video showing maybe 53rd Street, trying to find any sort of leads that would have maybe a vehicle or something that we found relevant to the investigation.
Okay. Did that extend further past Jersey Ridge on 53rd?
Yes.
So for example, in the area of 53rd and Eastern, is that a residential area?
As a business area.
It's a business area. And then, so what types of businesses were located in that area?
There's a couple of strip malls there and some banks.
Okay. Are there also some medical facilities there?
Yes.
Did that canvas include going north on Eastern?
Yes.
And as you go north on Eastern, are there a number of neighborhoods either off to what would be the east or the west of Eastern Avenue as you head toward Veterans Memorial Parkway?
Yes.
Were those neighborhoods canvassed as well?
Yes.
All right. And then did you go through the same process of collecting video footage if it was located?
Yes.
Okay. And would all of that have been reviewed?
Yes.
All right. From there then, what were you tasked with doing?
We then had information that we were going to move out north towards Highway 30, DeWitt, Comanche area to start canvas out there.
Do you know what information was gathered in the investigation that triggered a search out north?
Yeah, at this point, we had already identified the defendant as a possible suspect involved with this, and his phone had pinged. From my understanding, they got a phone ping somewhere in the area of DeWitt, Comanche, McCall's an area out there somewhere, and so they wanted us to go out there and start canvassing.
Okay. There has been testimony offered about a major canvass that was conducted from July 15th through July 19th out along Highway 30 in the area of Clinton and Comanche. Did that encompass DeWitt as well?
Yes.
Okay. Were you a part of that?
Yes.
Okay. And then as far as what was happening out there, what was happening out there?
We were canvassing again for video.
Mhm.
There was 2 days where we canvassed. I believe it was Lieutenant Ellerbach had a map that was divided up, and we were all assigned certain sections to go search. So we spent a whole day doing that. The other couple of days, me and Detective King and Detective Walker, depending on the dates, were canvassing for video through Highway 30 and also 11th Street, which is the main thoroughfare in DeWitt.
All right. As you were doing that canvass, was there a specific business that you were tasked to go to?
Yes.
What was that business?
Walmart.
Where was that located?
That was in Clinton.
Okay. And what was the purpose for sending you to the Walmart in Clinton?
Me and Detective King were out that day canvassing video, and we were advised to go to Walmart to pick up a video and a receipt.
Did you know why there would be video from Walmart and a receipt that would be pertinent to this investigation?
Yes.
Explain.
I was told that it had Mr. Dinkins on video at Walmart, and they needed to pick the video up.
Okay. Did you do that?
Yes.
All right. And then once you picked up that video, describe the chain of custody that you would have maintained for that video.
I secured it. I turned it over to Detective Nate Thomas for review. When he was finished with that, give it back to me. I logged and placed it into evidence.
Okay. And then would that have been something that was subject to review by Detective Obert?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit 87. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 87 for purposes of identification. I'd like for you to look at State's Exhibit 87 and tell me if you recognize that exhibit.
Yes, that'd be the receipt.
Okay. And was this the receipt that you retrieved from Walmart?
Yes.
Describe the chain of custody that you maintained for that item of evidence.
Again, when I received it, secured it with my person until I returned to the station where I later logged and placed it into evidence.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit number 87.
I would object based off of improper foundation and it's hearsay.
Your Honor, I would note that the parties have reached a stipulation relevant to video surveillance footage. And this was a component of an item of evidence that was collected. We do have this officer who was personally involved in retrieving that item. He's described the chain of custody, and the state does believe that it has established the foundation for it.
I mean, we had a stipulation for the video. We didn't have a stipulation for this document. So again, I would renew those two objections.
Has the stipulation been presented to the court? I have not seen it.
I don't believe so.
For purposes of our record, counsel and I have discussed it. Counsel has prepared it. We've reviewed it. The state was in agreement with the parameters of the stipulation. And what needs to happen is we just need to present that to the court with our signatures. But we have set that up.
The objection is sustained at this point.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Corporal Stocking, let's go back if we could. What date did you go to the Walmart there in Clinton?
The 20th.
Okay, who did you meet with at the Walmart?
Matt Gahart.
Can you spell Mr. Gahant's last name for our record?
Let me pull it up for you so I don't get it wrong. It's Gehant.
Okay, describe the nature of your contact with Mr. Gahant when you responded to the Walmart store.
Showed up to Walmart, walked inside, asked to speak with loss prevention and security. He showed up, they handed me the video and the receipt.
Okay, and had there already been contact initiated with Mr. Gahant prior to yourself and Detective King going out to that location?
Yes, we were just there to clearly pick it up that someone already made contact and requested the video.
And then did he know specifically why you were there, that it was related to activities involving Mr. Dinkins' contact at the Walmart store?
Yes.
Okay, all right, so then with respect to the receipt, we've talked about the chain of custody, is that correct?
Correct.
I just want to be clear for purposes of our record, State's Exhibit 87, does it give a description for what that item is?
Walmart receipt.
Okay, when you turn an item into evidence, describe how that process works.
I place it in an envelope, seal it, sign my name to it, log in a computer system, and enter it into there and print off the label.
Okay, what types of information is contained on the label that you print off?
My name, badge number, location.
Okay, in this particular case, when you had gone back to place the receipt into evidence, did you print out a receipt that would contain the relevant information associated with State's Exhibit 87?
What do you mean?
Like a
The label?
Yeah.
Yes, the label, yes.
Okay, and is that label attached to the envelope for State's Exhibit 87?
Yes.
Okay, and then once the receipt was placed there in the envelope, then do you seal that in any way so that it can't be tampered with?
Yes.
Describe.
So we take this clear packing tape, put it over the opening, and then I seal with evidence tape and sign my name to it.
Okay, and was that practice followed with respect to this exhibit?
Yes.
Okay, now it's obviously been open for courts today, is that correct?
Yes.
Was the envelope opened at a different location so as not to tamper with the evidence tape that you put on it when you sealed it?
Yes.
And then if you could, Your Honor, the state would move to introduce the exhibit at this time, subject to further foundation through the testimony of Matt Gahant.
I have the same objections, Your Honor.
Your Honor, if I could, the state would simply like to introduce testimony on the label. And then I can just withdraw at this time and introduce it through Matt Gahant, but I'd like to get that foundation established.
I think that's appropriate. You may ask a question about the label.
Thank you. All right. Can you tell us the information that you put on the label that's attached to that exhibit?
I put description, Walmart receipt of what Henry Dinkins purchased.
Okay, and the date?
Recovery date, July 20th.
All right, and then from there, did you put a location where it was recovered from?
2715 South 25th Street, Clinton, Iowa.
What is the relevance of that location?
The Walmart.
And then did you sign that receipt?
The label? Yes, I signed the label. Correct.
Okay, and then at that point in time, was it placed into evidence?
Yes.
Okay, when you place it into evidence, where does it go for purposes of storage?
We have a room on the main floor, an evidence locker where it's secured in there.
Okay, now are these temporary evidence lockers or permanent evidence lockers?
These are temporary.
Explain how a temporary evidence locker works and what's done with evidence placed into temporary evidence lockers.
Placed in the temporary evidence locker. Then when the evidence workers come in the morning, they check the temporary lockers and they remove the items and place them into a permanent.
Okay. Are you familiar with Aaron Leza?
Yes.
Are you familiar with Robin Hudson?
Robin Murdy.
Robin Murdy. There we
Yes.
go. Thank you. And then who are these two young ladies?
They are evidence workers.
Okay. Are these two young ladies the ladies that are responsible for removing items from our temporary lockers to store in permanent evidence vaults?
Yes.
And would that have been a practice followed in this particular instance?
Yes.
Okay. All right. By virtue of the canvass and searches done on July 15th through July 19th up in the Clinton area, was there any evidence recovered that would help to locate Breasia Terrell?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Now, just for purposes of perspective, with officers out in that area, say, for example, if there was a shirt laying in a field, would that have been collected?
Yes.
If there was like a phone along the side of the road, would that be collected?
Yes.
Okay. Why would you just collect anything and everything that you came across?
Because you just don't know.
Okay. And then, so then with the collection of those items, would that have been examined and a determination made as to whether or not it would have relevance to this investigation?
Yes.
Okay. Did you speak to the issue of canvassing being done in this area to collect video surveillance footage?
Yes, I did.
All right. What areas were covered, if you recall?
That I covered myself during the canvass. We covered, me and Detective King covered DeWitt, and we covered some of Highway 30.
All right. Can you show us on the map where DeWitt is so that we understand the relationship of DeWitt to Clinton? And then take the pointer, stand off to the side so that the court can see what you're doing. And use Highway 61 going north as a starting point. So that's, okay. What is the exit that you would take off of Highway 61 heading north to go toward Clinton? Oh, but what highway would it be? Okay, so then is that the same highway that you would exit to go into DeWitt?
That'd be the first exit, and there's a second exit as well.
Okay, and then as far as Comanche, you had referenced Comanche too. Can you give us a perspective of the relationship of Comanche to the area where the Walmart was located? Okay. For purposes of our written record, directionally, which way would it be?
South.
Okay, go ahead and take your seat. Was any video surveillance collected along Highway 30 or even locations that you went to submitted for review?
Yes.
Okay, and then did it go through that same review process?
Yes, it did.
Okay, and if there was something of relevance, would that have been then directed to our lead detective, Detective Obert?
Yes.
All right. Finally, I want to direct your attention to the events of March 22nd of 2021. Do you understand what the relevance of that date is?
Yes.
What is the relevance of March 22nd of 2021?
The day Breasia was recovered.
Okay. Now, with the discovery of her findings, were you tasked with any assignments out in that area, either through the evening or the next morning on March 23rd of 2021?
Yes.
Could you describe that for us?
On March 23rd in the morning, we were tasked to, a canvas team was formed to canvas the area of where Breasia was recovered.
How massive was the manpower?
It was, I can't give a number, but it was extensive.
Okay. Where were her remains recovered generally?
Next to a body of water, just
Okay.
right off of 61.
And that body of water, was it located near a business that we could use just as a general frame of reference?
Yeah, south of, I believe it's Kunau, that's how you say it, the Kunau plant there.
Certainly. Was that area divided up into zones for searching?
Yes.
Okay. And did you search that area?
Yes.
Okay. During the course of that search, was there anything that was located that was of interest?
Yes.
And was this an item that you became involved with?
Yes.
Could you please explain?
Sergeant Jensen at the time, who now lieutenant, located a white T-shirt about 25 yards south of where Breasia's remains were.
Okay. Why was a white T-shirt of interest?
The information we had was that the evening that Breasia went missing, the last thing she was wearing was a white T-shirt.
All right. Were you ever up close to the remains themselves when they were discovered?
Not real close.
Okay. All right. So then I'll ask this question. And, and I don't know if you know this. Do you know whether there was clothing attached to her skeletal remains?
I don't know.
At any rate, with the finding of a white T-shirt, was that something that was seized?
Yes.
Okay. And then outside of that, was there anything else that you were involved with as far as standing by so that it could be secured as an item of evidence?
No other items of evidence, no.
Okay, for you? Would
For
that
me.
be- Okay.
For me.
Did you also have any involvement with Corporal Mayer on that date?
Yes.
Explain.
He needed assistance doing the Faro scanner of the area, so I assisted him, whatever he needed.
What is a Faro scan?
It's a 3D imaging of an area.
Okay. And then outside of helping him with that, is there anything else that you can think of import?
No.
Okay. With the discovery of skeletal remains on March 22nd, were there news stories coming out over television and even through social media platforms?
Yes.
Okay. By virtue of that, then, did you have occasion to meet with a particular gentleman that might have information?
I did not meet with him. Detective Walker met with him, but I went with Detective Walker, but I stayed in the vehicle. But
Okay,
yes, I
all
know-
right.
I what
And
you're
then-
referring to.
I cut you off. I'm sorry. Could you finish that?
No, I know what you're referring to, but yes, I went with Detective Walker.
Okay. And what was the name of the individual?
I didn't print off his report.
Oh, I gotcha. Gotcha. All right. So that wasn't something that you had personal contact with?
No.
Okay. And just for purposes of our record, is Detective Walker deceased at this point in time?
Yes.
Okay. Did that conclude your involvement in this matter?
Yes.
And the events that you've described, generally, did they occur in Scott County, Iowa?
Yes.
As far as what's involving Breasia coming up missing?
Correct.
I have no further questions.
No cross-examination.
Your Honor, the state calls Detective A.J. Poyer to the stand.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? I do. Please have a seat. You may.
Please state your name for the record and spell both your first and your last name.
I'm Detective A.J. Poyer, A.J., and then last name's P as in Paul, O-I-R-I-E-R.
Okay. What is your occupation?
I'm a detective with the Davenport Police Department for the Special Victims Unit.
How long have you been employed with the Davenport Police Department?
A little over 6 years.
Describe your prior educational background.
I have a college degree from Western Illinois University, and then I've graduated from the Iowa Law Enforcement Academy.
Okay. When did you complete your formal education?
Would have been 2007.
And then once you completed your formal education, what type of work did you do before joining the Davenport Police Department?
I worked for Hy-Vee grocery stores. I worked in management for them and a loss prevention position for the corporate office. Then I worked for the Department of Corrections as a position that was called residential officer, oversaw work release clients. And then I came to the Davenport Police Department.
Okay. When did you officially begin your career with the Davenport Police Department?
Would have been December of 2016.
Okay. Okay. In what capacities have you served the department over the course of your 6-year career?
So I was in the patrol division when I first started, both on second shift and third shift. And then I went to the detective bureau.
Okay. What was the nature of your assignment on July 10th of 2020?
I was a detective with the special victims unit at that time.
Okay. Were you involved in the investigation of Breasia Terrell, who had been reported missing that day?
I was.
Okay. Were you actually on duty on July 10th?
I was not.
You were not. At what point in the investigation did you become involved?
I was out of town on vacation at the start of the investigation. I came back a few days later and started on the investigation.
Okay. And then when you came back on July 17th of 2020, did you have any involvement with a gentleman out at the Walmart in Clinton?
I did. An officer that was reviewing some exterior camera footage from that location informed me that they thought they were seeing an involved vehicle on the cameras, asked me to go there to do further follow-up.
Okay. And what was the involved vehicle that was noted to be present on some video surveillance footage outside that business?
It was a Chevy Impala.
Okay. Now, when you responded to the Walmart in Clinton, describe what occurred there.
So I met with a manager that was available to meet with me, discuss the situation with him, and that I wanted to try reviewing more camera angles and try to understand the movements of a vehicle we were seeing on the footage we'd already collected.
Okay. Were you allowed to review video footage on the 17th to develop essentially what had been going on July 10th?
Yeah, the manager took me into their camera room and we reviewed footage together.
Okay. What was the name of the gentleman that you met with?
It was Matthew Jurhant, it's George, or G as in George, EHANT.
Okay. Now, what happened when you and Mr. Gahant went back into a room where the video surveillance equipment was located at?
So I explained to him the approximate time that we were seeing it. So we started at that time frame to try and spot the vehicle. And then from there, we followed the vehicle's activities.
Okay. What was the time of interest?
So it was just prior to 7 a.m. It was right around 6:50.
Okay. And how had that time been identified as a relevant time to events associated with this investigation?
So we had some cell phone information that had led us to that area, and we were trying to understand why the cell phone was in that area.
Certainly. During this period of time, what were the store hours for Walmart?
So at that time, that store had started opening at 7 a.m.
Okay. And what was the reason for it not staying open overnight, if you know?
Walmart's just around that time transitioned from being 24 hours. Most of them transitioned to only being open during the daytime.
Certainly. So its official opening time would have been what?
7 a.m.
If you could then walk us through what you noted as you were watching video footage related to that time frame associated with 7 a.m.
So at 6:50, saw the Chevy Impala entering the parking lot for the first time.
And would that be the maroon Chevy Impala associated with Henry Dinkins?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Then the Chevy Impala parks and Henry exits the vehicle and walks up to the front doors.
Are you familiar with the subject by the name of Henry Dinkins?
Yes.
Is Mr. Dinkins present in court today?
Yes, he is.
Could you please point him out and describe what he's wearing for our record?
Sitting at the defense table, he's wearing a dark blue dress shirt.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that identification.
Yes, the record shall so reflect.
Okay. All right. Once Mr. Dinkins exited the maroon Chevy Impala, what did you observe as far as his activities?
So he approached the front doors, and then the store wouldn't have been open. And then he ended up walking back to the vehicle.
Okay. So this time frame, is it before 7 a.m.
Yes.
And between what period of time and 7 a.m. would this have occurred?
So about 10 minutes before 7 a.m.
Sure.
It was occurring. So it was like, so it would have been like 6:50 to about like 6:53.
All right.
Around
So
that time.
within that 10-minute time frame,
Yeah. Yeah.
what did you observe happening next?
So then the vehicle like starts driving, travels through the parking lot, was able to see a camera view that covered the vehicle from like an elevated angle. And I was able to see like movement in the passenger area of the vehicle.
Okay. When you noted movement in the passenger area of the vehicle, could you recognize the second individual then inside the front compartment of that vehicle?
I could not recognize the second individual.
And when I say recognize, could you see that there was a second individual?
I saw indications that there were two people in the vehicle.
Okay. Was there a difference in the size of who was driving the vehicle versus a subject that was sitting in the passenger seat?
I could not tell that.
You could not tell that. The other topic of conversation is this. For the maroon Chevy Impala, how would you describe the windows around the vehicle?
They were pretty dark. I believe some of them were tinted as well.
Okay. Now, when you are looking though through or looking into the vehicle, what window would you have been able to make your observations through?
Again, it was from an elevated position, but I was looking downward at the windshield.
Okay. And so since it was the windshield of the vehicle, was that tinted?
It was not tinted.
Okay. What happened next?
So the vehicle leaves the lot and it comes back a little bit later.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
So it returned it was like 6:58 that it returned.
Okay. What happened when the maroon Chevy Impala returned to the parking lot of Walmart?
Parked again, and then Henry Dinkins exited and started approaching the store.
Okay. On each occasion, where did Mr. Dinkins exit the vehicle from?
Driver's side.
And then when he'd come back from the store when it wasn't open, where did he enter the vehicle?
Driver's side.
Okay. On this second occasion, after he exits the maroon Chevy Impala, what do you observe him doing?
So he approaches the store and he ends up entering the store.
Okay. Did Walmart have any cameras inside the store that would allow you to observe his movement and activities within the store?
They did. They had interior cameras that we used to monitor him in the store the best we could.
And did you review that video surveillance footage?
I did.
Describe what you observed once Mr. Dinkins entered the store.
So we witnessed Henry go to some aisles and then he came back towards the front with a grocery cart that had a few items in it.
Okay. Could you see what those items were?
Yes.
What did Mr. Dinkins have in his grocery cart?
For what I could see, there was two bottles that were consistent with bleach.
Okay. And then at that point in time, did Mr. Dinkins approach a register?
He did.
What did he do with the register?
He rang up it was clearer there, the picture, but he rang up 2 bottles of bleach.
Okay. Now, did he go to a self-service checkout stand, or was he assisted with a clerk?
It was a self-checkout stand.
Okay. Detectives out on a later date.
Yeah, so I collected some video, actually doing multiple views, and the manager was pretty busy, so he said that he was going to work on it more, and he was going to call when he completed downloading the video and have the receipt.
Okay, and so had you made a request for the receipt from that transaction?
I did. And
Okay.
I left my contact information with him.
Sure. That being said, were you notified when that video footage had been collected, the additional video footage?
Yes.
And then were you notified that the receipt had been obtained?
Yes.
Okay. And then as far as Detective Stocking was concerned, or Corporal Stocking, did he have any involvement with that additional video surveillance footage or the receipt?
No, he wouldn't have. He would have just gone there to pick it up for me.
Okay, so he did go to pick it up for you?
Yes.
All right. What did you observe happening next?
Next, it was about 7:10 He leaves and leaves the parking lot.
And he being who?
Henry Dinkins.
Okay. When Mr. Dinkins left the parking lot of Walmart, could you see what direction he would have traveled to?
From what we could see, the direction that he was going to travel was going to be, it would have been back westbound.
All right. Let's do a little bit better job, and I'll do a better job actually with my questions. I want to direct you to State's Exhibit 38. Now, as you look at State's Exhibit 38, are you familiar with what is depicted on this particular exhibit?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Do you see an area depicting Clinton County and locations that became relevant to this investigation?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Go ahead and take that pointer right behind you. And then if you could, Detective Poyer, I'd like for you to stand off to the side so that Judge Latham can see what you're doing. Can you also take your microphone and point it towards you so that we can hear what you're saying? When witnesses get over there, it's hard to hear what you are saying. All right. So take your pointer, take us up along Highway 61, and then to the Walmart there once you get to Highway 30. If you turn off of Highway 61 and you head into Clinton, what highway are you heading into or onto?
30. Highway 30.
What direction would you be heading?
Would be heading eastbound.
As you enter the city limits of Clinton, what street then is Highway 30? What does it become?
Becomes Lincoln Way.
Okay. And then on that diagram, can you show us where the Walmart is located at? Okay. Is there a box and some type of dot that indicates the location of Walmart?
Yes, there's a yellow dot, the most east yellow dot on the map.
Okay. And above it, is there a printed entry?
Yes, there is.
What is that printed entry?
It states Walmart and gives the address.
Okay. Now, what direction does Highway 30 run again?
It would be an east-west highway.
So if you're going out of town, what direction are you going?
Be traveling westbound.
Which side of Lincoln Way is the Walmart located on?
Walmart would be on the north side.
Okay. And then as Mr. Dinkins headed out of the parking lot, what direction was he observed traveling toward?
He was traveling eastbound.
Okay. Eastbound, going further this way?
Sorry, he was traveling westbound out of the parking lot.
Okay, and then just go ahead and show us then so that we've got a perspective of that. Go ahead and take your seat. By virtue of observations that were made, did that form the basis of canvassing that was conducted in that area?
It did. One other thing I forgot about that canvassing from my observations is when Henry was in the store at Walmart, I could see more movement inside of the vehicle in the parking lot.
Okay, all right. Let's go ahead and let's go back to that and tell me about that movement. Where was it coming from?
It was from the front passenger seat area of the vehicle again.
Okay. Now, were you aware of interviews that would have been conducted at the Davenport Police Department from noon moving forward through the afternoon of July 10th?
I was aware of him. I don't know him in full detail.
Sure. Did you know whether or not Henry Dinkins had come in for an interview around noon?
He did.
Were you aware of whether or not Aisha Langford had come down to the department to be interviewed that day?
Yes.
Were you aware of whether or not the child DL had come into the department to be interviewed that day?
Yes.
Were you aware of whether or not Andrea Culberson, Mr. Dinkins' girlfriend, had come into the apartment to be interviewed that day?
Yes.
And then so had all of their statements been collected before you went out and performed your responsibilities on July 17th of 2020?
Yes, they would have been.
All right. And then from that, had information been gathered as to who the second subject would have been in the passenger seat of that vehicle?
That would have been the juvenile DL.
Okay. as far as the movements of that individual in the passenger seat, how would you describe those movements? Is there anything really to talk about there other than just movement?
Nothing crazy, just some back and forth movements. Yeah.
All right. We're going back to the question of the canvas. So with everything that was observed there at the Walmart, then did that create a marker, if you will, for canvassing that would have been done in that area?
Yes, it did.
How would you describe that area along Highway 30 going into Clinton to the Walmart and going back out?
Very rural. There's like one production facility out there. I think they're like a chemical type plant, but very rural. Lots of patches of trees and fields.
Certainly. Then once you got into town on Lincoln Way, was that residential or commercial?
So when you start coming into town in Clinton there, it's very commercial.
Okay. Were locations searched for video surveillance cameras?
Yes, extensively along Highway 30.
And then would that have included the rural areas for any type of residences out there or even businesses?
Yeah, any business or home along there that had cameras.
Okay. Detective Poyer, to set the stage, were you, let me rephrase. Were there a number of officers involved in this investigation?
Several officers.
Okay. Was each officer assigned different tasks to perform?
Yes, several different tasks.
Would there have been officers assigned to do interviews of various subjects?
Yes.
Were there officers assigned to searching areas of interest?
Yes.
Were there officers assigned to do canvassing and to look for video surveillance footage?
Yes.
And with so many different people involved in collecting pieces of information, did that information then become subject of briefings that occurred?
Yeah, we regularly, especially after something significant occurred, there would be like a briefing to discuss it, and for other people to be able to share any findings that they had from their tasks.
Okay. By virtue of that process then, did you become aware of the Quick Shop on 53rd being an area of interest?
So yes, after one day of completing searches, Detective Obert had informed me that Henry had discussed going to a Quick Shop during the night, and he collected video from there, and he asked if I could review it to see if there was anything relevant on it.
Okay. Who did the interview of Mr. Dinkins when he came down to the Davenport Police Department?
Detective Obert did.
Okay. So by virtue of that was task that he assigned you to?
Yep.
Okay. Can you give us a perspective of where that Quick Shop is at so that we all are familiar with the location that you're talking about?
Yeah, so it'd be on 53rd Street, the north side of town. It would be a little bit to the west of Welcome Way, which turns into like Harrison Street. It'd be just to the south of the old Menards on 53rd Street.
All right. Is it across the street from what would have been the old Menards?
Yes.
Okay. So when you went there, what date did you go to that location?
But I went there for follow-up. I went there a couple times, but the first time I physically went there after reviewing it was 7/18.
Okay. Describe what developed when you went to the Quick Shop.
So I went to the Quick Shop to collect a receipt because of my observations that I saw on the footage.
Okay, so then let's talk about observations. that you observed on footage from that store. Does the Quick Shop have video surveillance cameras?
Yes.
Okay. Can you give us the specific street address for the Quick Shop?
Most likely, yes. Just one sec. Yep, it's 201 West 53rd Street.
All right. Where does the business have video surveillance cameras affixed to?
So they do have a couple exterior cameras, and then they have interior cameras.
Describe the layout of the parking lot in front of the store.
So as their property would be, the actual convenience store is on the southernmost part of the property. So the parking lot and fuel pumps would be on the north side and closest to 53rd Street.
Certainly. Now, is there more than one driveway that can be used to access that parking lot?
Yes, you can enter it from West 53rd Street and then a side road, which I believe is Sheridan. But anyways, there is a side road to it on the east side of the property.
Does the Quick Shop sell gas?
Yes.
Are there islands with gas pumps there in that parking lot that lie to the north of the store?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall how many islands? And I'm talking islands first, not the number of gas pumps.
I believe two.
Sure. And then on each island, are there multiple gas pumps?
Actually, I think there's three.
Three, okay.
Yeah, I think there's two for each island.
All right. That being said, when you were watching video surveillance footage, were you given a date and a time frame generally that had been collected by Detective Obert through the interview of Henry Dinkins?
Yeah, he had informed me it was around like 3-something in the morning. He collected video for a few hours around that time frame.
Okay. Describe then what you observed. Oh, well, okay, so let's set that aside. All
Okay.
right. Now let's go inside the store. Is there any video surveillance cameras inside the store?
Yes.
Explain.
They have a few different cameras that like cover the register area. One covers the front door, and a couple that would like cover like I guess the sales floor, like where customers would buy items.
All right. Did you watch video surveillance for activities outside the store
I did.
and for inside the store?
I did both.
Did you see any activity associated with that maroon Chevy Impala outside the store?
It pulled in to the parking lot and parked at a fuel pump.
Okay. Which vehicle was that?
Maroon Chevy Impala.
What time did that vehicle pull into the parking lot and park at the fuel pump, if you have that documented anywhere?
I don't have the exact time that it pulled in.
All right. Is that something that Detective Obert was able to establish once you had gone through and reviewed the relevant activity?
Yes. he was
Okay,
in it.
so for us, what we'll do is we'll just talk about what you observed.
Okay.
When the vehicle pulled into the parking lot, what was the lighting like?
There was light out at the pumps. I wouldn't say it's the brightest. Pretty dull lighting out there.
Okay. And in the middle of the night, what's it like?
Pretty dark.
Okay. We talked previously about the maroon Chevy Impala and the windows. If you were to describe the tent along the either driver's side or the passenger side of the vehicle, how would you describe that tent?
I couldn't see in the vehicle from the exterior cameras because of it.
Okay. Did you see anyone exit that vehicle?
Just Henry.
Okay. And then when Mr. Dinkins exited the vehicle, what did you observe Mr. Dinkins do?
Entered the store.
What happened when he entered the store?
He approached the register.
What occurred at the register?
I noted that it was at 3:31. And he had purchased, looked like to me, a couple packs of cigarettes.
All right. Beyond that, did you note clothing that he was wearing at that time? And if you didn't, that's fine, but I'm just going to ask the question.
I don't have it in the report here.
All right. Did you have a chance to ever interview Andrea Culberson?
I did not.
Did you ever have a chance to interview Detorius or DL?
I did not. No.
Okay, and when you went there, did you have any information that there should be focus on clothing that he was wearing because there was a change in clothing that was noted?
I know that there was a change in clothing and it was going to be relevant.
Okay, but that wasn't something that you were focused on when you did this review?
No, at that time I was doing kind of like quick reviews and gathering of information, and some of that like further detailed documenting was done later.
Done by somebody else?
Yes.
Okay, so this is just giving us an overview. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
And then as far as what happened next on the video surveillance footage, essentially what occurred?
So after Henry finished completing transaction, he went back to the Chevy Impala. He had purchased some fuel, so he gassed the car, and then he ended up leaving and traveling eastbound on 53rd Street back towards what would be Welcome Way.
Okay. If he's going past 53rd or going east on 53rd, Welcome Way for purposes of our written record, what direction does that travel?
So Welcome Way would be a north-south. It's a one-way, and it travels south.
Okay. Would that take us toward our southernmost border if you follow that all the way downtown?
You take us towards the downtown and the Mississippi River.
Okay. And then what would be the northern one-way that would take us out of town on Highway 61?
Brady Street.
Okay. How much further do you have to travel from Welcome Way, that one way going south, to Brady, that one way going north?
It's like a two blocks up there.
Okay. All right. So once he left that parking lot traveling east, did you know anything else about his direction of travel?
No.
Okay. What additional tasks did you have relative to the Quick Shop and Mr. Dinkins' transaction there at the Quick Shop?
So I went there for follow-up to gain a further understanding of what that the purchase that I saw Henry complete, what that entailed, and to get a receipt for it.
Who did you meet with?
Lori Schusler, she was the manager of the Quick Shop at that time.
Could you give us a spelling for our written record?
I can. Lori would be spelled Laurie. Last name Schusler would be spelled Schusler.
What developed during your contact with Miss Schusler?
So I informed her of the situation that I reviewed the video, and there was a transaction of interest on there that I wanted to attain the receipt for.
Okay. And what did Miss Schusler do based on your request?
So she provided me, she got onto her register system, and she provided me the receipt for the transaction in question.
Can you explain how it is that she was able to identify what would have been the relevant transaction, if you know?
So I knew that I'd seen a couple packs of cigarettes, and I also provided the time.
Okay.
So she pulled up the transactions for that time period, and we identified that transaction.
And then in addition to the purchasing of cigarettes, had you noted that there was also a purchase of fuel?
Yes, there was.
All right. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit 88-1. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 88-1. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 88-1?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize this exhibit?
This is the receipt that I collected from Quick Shop.
Okay. Was this the receipt that you were provided by Miss Schusler?
Yes.
Okay. Essentially, what does this receipt encompass?
So this receipt shows at 7/10 at 3:34 a.m. Cashier Angel checked out 2 packs of Newports, and there was a prepay fuel of $35 for pump 6.
Okay. And then what was the total cost of the transaction?
Oh, it looks like the total was $51.63.
And then how was that paid?
It was paid for in cash.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit 88-1.
No objection.
Exhibit 88-1 will be admitted.
Let's focus on the gas purchase. Was that something that was of interest to investigators?
Yes, it was.
Can you explain?
It could help us understand how much that vehicle had traveled during the on that fuel.
Okay. Now, did you do some research on a maroon Chevy Impala of that age to determine what the capacity was of a gas tank?
I did not. Other investigators involved did.
Okay. And then, so with that being said, were you asked to document fuel prices on the gas pumps during this period of time?
I wasn't asked to. I decided to while I was there, and I asked Lori about it. Asked her what the price would have been on that date. She informed me it would be the same as what was on the pumps on the date I was there, or 1 cent cheaper.
So did you document those fuel prices?
I did. I took photographs of them.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel it's been marked as State's Exhibits 88-2 through 88-5. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked State's Exhibit 88-2 through 88-5. Do you recognize those exhibits?
Yes, these are photographs I captured.
All right. Just generally, what does that group exhibit consist of?
It was the current price of fuel at the pumps at the quick shop.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibits 88-2 through 88-5.
Okay. Those exhibits will be admitted.
Your Honor, may we publish this set of exhibits?
You may.
Detective Poyer, I'm going to go to 88-5 first of all, and I want you to look at that exhibit and for our written record, describe what it is that we're seeing here.
So this would be an overall photograph of the pump, of the area where it shows the different types of fuel and the prices.
Okay. Does it give us the prices for each of the different grades?
It does.
How many grades of fuel was the Quick Shop selling?
Quick Shop had 3.
And what were those?
It would be mid-grade, unleaded, and then premium unleaded.
Can we see the prices per gallon on this exhibit?
You can, it's pretty faint.
All right, but did you take up close-ups or take close-ups of each of those so that we could see it very clearly?
I did.
Going to State's Exhibit 88-4, what was the price per gallon for our mid-grade?
Mid-grade was $2.49.
88-2, what was the price for our premium unleaded?
Premium unleaded was $2.79.
Going to State's Exhibit 88-3, what was the price for unleaded?
Unleaded was $2.14.
Okay, and then was that information then utilized relative to what would be the capacity for the gas tank on this vehicle to do some extrapolation later on?
That was performed later.
Do you know if there was a search warrant obtained to remove the gas tank of the maroon Chevy Impala after it had been seized?
There was.
And what was the purpose for that search warrant?
For seeing how much fuel remained in the vehicle.
Okay. Were you involved in that process?
I was not.
Okay. What further involvement did you have in this investigation?
I had several different aspects that I was involved in. I guess to start with the quick shop. In the video, there was a customer that was behind him. So I went back and followed up with Lori again to get further receipts to see if maybe he'd done something at transaction that I could try to track him down and ask him if he observed anything relevant. So I did that. A card was used, so I was able to track down that customer.
And was there anything that you were able to gather of evidentiary value from that individual when you made contact with them?
Was not.
All right. From there then, what additional involvement did you have in the investigation?
I would have been at the recovery site. I was involved with that.
Okay, let's set that aside for the time being.
Okay.
Were you out in the Clinton area when they did the major search in that area?
I was.
Okay, and then that having been said, anything else that you did relative to this investigation before we get to the recovery site?
I mean, I was extensively involved in video collection, so that was part of it. I was also involved in a search warrant being written to PlayStation, and then just other variety of tasks as well. But those are probably the most major things.
Okay. Since you had mentioned a search warrant related to a PlayStation, what PlayStation are you talking about?
So there was a PlayStation that was present in Andrea and Henry Dinkins' apartment.
Okay. And why was a search warrant applied for that particular PlayStation?
Because activity on that PlayStation was discussed during interviews.
Okay. And was that just another thing that law enforcement was following up to see if it would present any leads?
Important for us to try and follow up on things to understand a timeline.
And I think that's probably the better way of saying it. So was that kind of information also used to corroborate statements provided by any of the individuals?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Just a quick question. Was there video surveillance footage that was gathered down in the area of River Drive around Credit Island and Devon Self-Storage where the RV was parked?
Yes, there's several. Video was collected from several places down in that part of town.
Okay. What locations provided video surveillance footage that would have documented the movements of Henry Dinkins, either in the middle of the night of July 10th or that morning after the 8 o'clock hour?
So I was involved in building a timeline for that part of town, and I can read through those.
Okay. Give us the names of the locations where we would have found relevant video surveillance footage.
Do you want addresses too?
Could you please?
Yes. Jack's Brakes, 2160 West River Drive. The storage facility that you mentioned starts with a D, but I have it labeled on mine as it was connected to the volleyball factory. Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. Is Devon Self-Storage within the same structure as the volleyball factory?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Address is 2060 West River Drive.
Okay.
Sarah Lowe Residence. It was 2358 West River Drive.
And what was the location of Sarah Lowe's residence relative to Credit Island?
So it was just north of River Drive, and it was a little bit to the west of like the only entrance to Credit Island.
Okay, let's go back down to our whiteboard so that we've got a perspective of that. If you could go ahead and take this red magic marker and generally just give us an idea of where her residence was located at. We did have a directional legend we had to erase to work with the left side of the diagram that, yeah.
So as I'm seeing this, it'd be like Mississippi River here. So this would be south. This would be north. So when people enter the island, they're traveling southbound. And this would be River Drive along the bottom of the map. To my right would be traveling westbound on River Drive.
Put us back another directional indicator or legend that would apply to Credit Island, and give us all 4 directions. Okay, continue.
All right, so Sarah Lowe's residence would be approximately here, would be north of River Drive and to the west of the main entrance.
Could you mark that with Sarah Lowe? Was this a personal residence?
Yes, it was a single family residence.
Was there video surveillance equipment affixed to the outside of that structure?
Yes, there was.
What would have been the location of that video surveillance camera and then its, I guess, direction for picking up activity?
So from the residence, it would have been pointing in what would have been like a southeastward direction, covering like the entrance going, cars kind of entering Credit Island and some portion of River Drive.
All right. Detective Poyer, can you grab the eraser for me? We've had a bit of a problem. We used a magic marker, or that wasn't a dry erase, but come over to this portion of the diagram that has Costco and just a rough sketch for the Jersey Meadow apartment complex. Erase what you can there and what would be Jersey Ridge. Now what I want, yeah, I don't know that any of that'll erase, but at any rate, what I'd like for you to do is give us an idea of the location of Schmidt Road relative to the area of Credit Island.
Okay.
And
So
don't
Schmidt-
speak, yeah,
Schmidt Road would be to the east, so I'd be further over this direction.
okay, but actually stay down here on River Drive where we would access it, yeah.
Yeah, so it's off of River Drive.
And then if you could, was this the area where Mr. Dinkins' RV was being stored?
It was in this area. It would be up Schmidt Road a little bit, so northbound on Schmidt Road a little bit, and then it would have been located on the east side in a storage parking lot.
Okay, go ahead and take your seat. With that bit of information there, where is Jack's brake and alignment located in relation to Schmidt Road?
Right at the corner of Schmidt Road and River Drive. It would be the northeast corner right there.
Did it have a video surveillance camera that was picking up activity there on Schmidt Road?
Yes, it was.
And then Devon Self-Storage, or what you were describing as the building behind the volleyball factory, what would have been its location relative to the RV and Schmidt Road?
Yeah, so it would have been to the east of Schmidt Road and to the east of the camper you were talking about.
Did it have some type of camera affixed to the building that would pick up activity there in the parking lot where the RV was stored?
Yep, it had a camera on the exterior of the building that was shooting a view that would be westward.
Okay. Sarah Lowe's video camera, how was that activated? Was it a constant feed or motion activated?
Certainly hers was motion activated.
Are you sure about that?
I would have to check a report on it, to be
That's
honest.
okay. And then if we're not sure, that's all right. We'll just go ahead and we'll move on from that. And then as we focus on Schmidt Road, going further to the north, was there a business that would have picked up activity that would be of interest?
There was a couple businesses.
Tell me about those.
There was Purina. There's also Kraft, Rich Metals.
All right. And for Purina, that's the one that I'm interested in. What's its address?
607 Schmidt Road.
Where would it be relative to the location of where the RV was parked?
It would have been north on Schmidt Road a little bit.
Okay. And is it on the east side or the west side of Schmidt Road?
East side of Schmidt Road.
How close then is Purina to Rockingham?
It's pretty close to it, just a little bit south of Rockingham.
Does Schmidt Road actually connect to Rockingham?
Yes, it does.
Okay. So River Drive, is that our furthest, our southernmost east-west street?
In that part of town, yes.
Okay. And then if you travel from south to north, what would be our next east-west street? Just in the area of Schmidt Road.
Yeah, so for Schmidt Road, it would be Rockingham.
Okay. And then so what business are we going to be interested in there on Rockingham?
It would be on Rockingham. So there was Hy-Vee and Smoking Joe's.
Okay. And then give me the address of Hy-Vee.
Hy-Vee would be 3019 Rockingham Road.
Okay.
It's at the corner of South Concord and Rockingham Road.
Was there activity picked up on Sarah Lowe's that became of interest?
Yes.
Was there activity picked up on Jack's break-in and alignment that was of interest?
Yes.
Was there activity picked up on Delvin's self-storage or conversely the volleyball factory that was of interest?
Yes.
Was there activity picked up on cameras at Purina that was of interest?
Yes.
And was there activity picked up at Hy-Vee that was of interest?
Yes.
All right. And then was all of that information directed to Detective Obert, who would have gone through, done a review, and also did an established timeline for events associated with those cameras?
Yep. So I went through that area, built a timeline, provided that to him so he could work that into the overall timeline.
Okay, and I think what we'll do, since we're going to cover that with Detective Obert, we will do that through him.
Okay.
Did you have any additional involvement out at the site of the recovery?
I did.
What was the nature of your involvement out there?
I was brought out there at about 3:45 a.m. To take over on scene security until the morning when more resources were going to arrive to process the area.
Okay. With the discovery of Breasia's remains, who was the first law enforcement agency that was contacted?
I believe it was Clinton County.
Okay. Then did Clinton County respond right away to address that situation?
Yes.
Did they secure the crime scene?
Yes.
Explain what that means to secure a crime scene.
Often we put up a perimeter tape, like a yellow tape that says "Police line, do not cross" or something similar like that, and then we keep a physical presence there to make sure that that perimeter is not breached.
Okay. Was Clinton maintaining the initial security around the crime scene?
Yes.
Was Davenport notified of the discovery?
Yes.
Okay. Did officers from Davenport then go out to the area of Kunow Implement where the skeletal remains had been discovered?
They did.
Were you a part of then maintaining that security throughout the night?
At a later time, I wasn't there initially, but
Okay.
yes, I was involved later.
Does this task get handed off from one agency to another agency or from one officer to another officer?
Clinton County ends up transferring to our officers, and then a Davenport officer is who I switched out with. And
Okay.
then it remained us keeping the perimeter from there to the end.
Until the end, after
End of
everything had been
processing.
collected?
Yes.
And then did you, or was there a perimeter log, I should say a log that was put together to show who came and went into that scene from the point that it was identified as a scene until it was released?
Yeah, pretty common practice for us is we're going to keep a log of who is going in and out of that scene, especially on major scenes like this. So yes, there was a log being kept.
Okay. Did that conclude your involvement in this matter?
I kept that log, and I was relieved from the log at about, I think it was 11 a.m.
Okay.
Yeah, 11 a.m. And then I assisted with processing.
Okay. Describe your involvement in the processing of the scene.
So helped secure or helped clear like larger brush, and it was like a rainy day, so we put some tarps up and tents to preserve the area that we were going to be working on, and then that basically filtered down to me working on removing smaller debris, so we could gather as much evidence there as we could, bone or any other type of evidence.
Did a representative of the local medical examiner's office come out to the scene?
Yes, I believe so.
And then was there a representative associated with the state medical examiner's office that came out to the scene?
Yeah, like a forensic anthropologist.
Okay. Are you familiar with Dr. Heather Garvin?
Yeah, yes.
Who is Dr. Heather Garvin?
She was the forensic anthropologist that came to the scene.
Okay. Since you were dealing with skeletal remains, did that necessitate the need for an anthropologist?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
And then finally, we previously introduced what is State's Exhibit number 42. Okay. Take a moment to orient yourself to that particular exhibit.
I am.
Okay. Can you show us, using the pointer, generally where Breasia's skeletal remains were located?
Right in this area.
All right. Okay. For our written record, tell us what street it would be located near.
So it'd be closest to 270th Avenue.
Okay. At this time of year, was anything in bloom?
No, it wasn't. It was too early in the spring.
In spite of that, was there a lot of brush, debris, and trees, branches in that area?
There was a lot of debris on the ground.
Go ahead and take your seat. Okay. Did that necessitate the removal of debris to document exactly what remains were there?
Yes.
Okay, and then explain that process as far as how the removal of that debris was being handled.
It's a pretty long process. There was like evidence is probably related to animals. So like some of the bones had been kind of spread over a little area. You can imagine there'd be a lot of little debris on the ground, like sticks, leaves, things like that. I mean, so we had to pick through that slowly.
The import of flagging a location of evidence, whether it be skeletal remains or any other items.
The significance of it?
Yeah, is that a part of an evidence collection process?
Yes, it is. So it also aids for when we like do photographs or scans to kind of indicate where items are.
Okay, now are these flags placed out by each item of evidence?
A lot of, especially from the immediate area, if there was something that was a little further away, that would get a flag.
Okay, and are those flags numbered in any way?
I don't think all of them that we're using for bones were flagged, or sorry, numbered or lettered.
Okay, all right. Did that conclude your involvement in this matter?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
We'll start the cross-examination after our afternoon break. We'll be in adjournment for 15 minutes.
Okay. Well, that's that. Let's see. I pulled up the map. Let me see. Okay, here's the map of Lucin. I think that bunch of trees there is the pond. Let's see. We go south here on Pilot Road. We come down to this road here and we turn. We go this way. And you can see there's this gray line here. And for some reason that's marked out because I guess everybody is wanting to know how to get there. And you come up and there's the grain shed property. This is as much as it goes through. I'm not seeing the trailer that was there that he was staying in, but let's see. Yeah, I think that's the burn pile right there. This is a little tiny shed, which I assumed that Brenner had built. So anyway, we go back down here. This is a big, long 1980s era motorhome. And we go south. Guess we could make it a little smaller. Make it easier. Okay, and if we go south here, somewhere over here. It should said it in the past, but somewhere around in this area is the sun tunnels. So anyway, to get to Dillon's, we keep going this way. And I'm not sure if I can spot the little road going up to his farm. I'm not sure if that's it. Doesn't feel quite right somehow. Seems like I always have more trouble finding Dillon's place. Oh, okay, that must be the sun tunnel right there. I'd need to do some more looking on that. Anyway. Yeah, it's looking all brown on the satellites now, so. Okay, let's go back to our videos and see what's come up. Okay. Oh, Zav Girl made Pack Nation. I like Alistair. I kind of have some sympathy for Zav Girl. I'm just glad it's not me in the middle of it. Let's see. Okay, let's look at this.
Well, we're through 17,000 people across the English Channel so far this year. A calm day, hundreds into Dover. In a moment, we'll go and join Mark White, who is down there in Dover Docks. But we're literally being openly mocked and laughed at. Let's have a look at this series of videos on TikTok. The first one shows young men assembling near the beaches of northern France last night. Have a look at this. See, large group of young men, not a woman in sight, not a child in sight, large group of young men last night getting ready to cross the channel. They've all paid the trafficker $3.5 grand. Here they are now on the boat, somewhere on average now about 65 to a boat. Here they are crossing the channel. It's thumbs up, big smile. It's Cherabang Day out. And now they've been picked up by the RNLI. Yes, big waves, happy as Larry. Off to a 4-star hotel, 3 square meals a day and 40 quid a week, spending money. And they're literally mocking us openly on TikTok. And there's nothing the social media channel can do. Even when we take down the accounts, more appear. And these are all adverts. You know, come to the UK, it's easy, it's safe. Yes, the odd thing goes wrong. And I just feel we're being mocked. And it's now over 100,000 young men that have come. But please don't call it an invasion. Oh, no, no, no. Use that word. Everybody goes potty and says you're an extremist and a racist because these are all poor, suffering people. In fact, the BBC always tell us these are desperate people. Well, none of them in those videos looked too desperate to me. I wonder, will it ever stop? After all, the Home Office think it might go on for 5 years. Your thoughts, please. Farage@gbnews.com. Now, Mark White, our Home and Security Editor, has been down in Dover Docks for at least 12 hours today. Mark, a red alert day for Border Force and the others. It was a pretty busy morning, wasn't it?
Yes, it was, with at least 8 small boats coming across, Nigel, and we counted some of those boats. 4 of the boats had upwards of 60, one even 65 people on board, and that's clearly a continuation of this trend by the people smugglers to push even more people onto these boats. They're slightly bigger, they're a bit more sturdy, but when you get numbers like that on the boats, it doesn't take much at all for that boat to get into difficulties, as we saw, of course, just at the weekend there on Saturday. As we speak, the French patrols are out on the other side of the channel. We're expecting the possibility that we could get an evening surge as well coming over from France.
Yeah, I'd be surprised, Mark, if we don't get boats coming this evening, because there is, in fact, some easterly wind that starts to pick up tomorrow and onwards. Now, what's really interesting, there's one big change here. Yesterday was the 2nd anniversary of the Taliban retaking Kabul after Biden's disastrous withdrawal. And it would appear now that not only the number of Afghans that are coming across the channel, but it appears they're winning the turf wars over in Calais.
Yes, well, I mean, I wouldn't really necessarily say they're winning the turf wars, but they're certainly, in some cases, trying to take the fight to some of the Kurdish people smugglers who have really been in control of the people smuggling routes for years now. And as bizarre as it seems, I actually bumped into 3 Iraqi Kurds, all cousins. 2 had come across in lorries 8 years ago, 1 on a small boat 2 years ago. That person's still waiting for their asylum process to complete. They've come here for a picnic. They all live in different parts of the country. They wanted to meet up, so they're overlooking the very channel that they crossed. And I was asking them, they didn't want to appear a picnic, yeah. They didn't want to appear on camera, but they were happy to chat. And they were telling me about their fellow Kurds, Iraqi Kurds, who control a lot of these camps around Dunkirk and even in Calais, and how increasingly they are arming themselves, that there is a lot of infighting that's breaking out, mainly between the Kurdish gangs, disputes over them undercutting each other, invading their particular turf. They jealously guard their particular patch. And they're getting reports from people they still know on the other side who say that they have seen these gangmasters wandering about now with weapons. I've been there many times over the years. I've been threatened twice by these criminal gangs, the gangmasters, with knives, never with guns. And it was only because they didn't like us filming. But it is a surprise that they are now arming themselves with weapons. But it seems, as you say, the Afghans, who are now the biggest nationality represented on these small boats, are themselves trying to get a piece of that action.
Yeah, no, quite extraordinary. Well, Mark, I have to say, it looks more like the Mediterranean than Dover from the shots I've got. And, quite ironic, isn't it, really? Gunshots on the other side just a few days ago and illegal immigrants picnicking. There we are in Dover. Quite extraordinary. Mark, you could be in for a long evening as well, I think. Thank you for your report from Dover.
Yeah, you go, about a half mile south and west of me, and the next block down, you kind of feel like you're walking through a third world country, because you see women in the exotic hijabs and other things, and you'd never think it was Salt Lake City. So let's see. Let's go back here and I'll look for another video. Ooh, that sounds scary. I've got 50 effing clips. Armed suspect shot after 8-hour standoff with Maryland SWAT. Let's take a look at that.
He's pointing the pistol right back at us again right now. I don't know how long we're going to have to deal with that.
A deadly officer-involved shooting is caught on body camera video in Maryland after an 8-hour standoff.
Shots fired. Yep. He fell backwards into the house. Hey, bring Watson around. Grab the bunker. Get the bot over here.
It happened on June 4th in Eldersburg, Maryland, about 30 miles northwest of Baltimore. At about 9 o'clock that evening, Maryland State Police received a report of a suicidal man who contacted a crisis hotline. The man, later identified as 52-year-old Jack Samino Jr., was threatening to commit suicide or instigate suicide by cop. At the time, officials say he was, quote, under the influence of an unknown subject.
All units be advised. Threatening suicide. Cop, if possible, we will share the police.
34 direct.
15 direct. We also have EMS hospital standby.
Body camera video shows the response from the first troopers on the scene, who confirmed the suspect is threatening suicide by cop.
I got lights on the bottom one. I got no lights on the other two floors though.
How'd we get this address?
He's on.
Dennis on Liberty.
He's on live
We're
crisis.
still trying to get some information. He did say there may be a blue flag outside.
What's his name? Jack? I don't know if you heard.
I think that's what they said.
I don't know who this cat is. Hey, sir. Oh, he's going inside. I don't think that's him.
I went over there. There were like 200 people there.
Is that
I tried
right over here?
I tried to clear it out, but there are so many people.
Yeah, it's not going to work.
Yeah, well, I just told them, I was like, hey, like, don't be assholes.
Yeah.
But that's
First intervention. Next week, give a call.
What did he say his name was? Jack?
Suicide by cop.
As officials watch for Semino's location, they confirm he hung up on the crisis hotline after seeing state police arrive.
got movement. Open door. You stay in the door.
It's that
door
house right there.
That
Yep.
one. Yep.
Yep.
You slammed it. See if we can get a perimeter on that side. Hey guys.
On the right side.
I need to come to the right side. It's that door right there with the porch. Door to porch.
Yeah, right there. You just shined your light at.
You can get the other side. Rod.
Uniform Liberty update. The individual hung up with the crisis center. He said he is able to see the police.
What do you want to do in this situation?
We're going to stand by for crisis intervention.
Gets here.
It's essentially right now. He's inside, so it's.
First responders can then be heard discussing a plan after Semino announced he was armed with multiple weapons.
Contact with him yet?
No, he opened the door, slammed it, and that's about it.
Okay. We've got 2 shotguns around back. Have one of our CRT guys coming.
Cool.
And another rifle coming from Westminster, so we'll have a couple long guns here.
Perfect. I appreciate that, man.
But no one's made any contact with him.
Not yet.
Nah, he came out, slammed the door, shut
Went
himself.
back. Yeah, went back in.
Okay.
I figured we might as well wait until somebody called crisis intervention or somebody can talk to him. Okay. He threatened suicide by cop, so. And he said he's got 9 guns.
That's the subject from St. Nelson. We don't need anybody else down there.
My only thing is, I don't know if he's got access to that top floor, which is leaves us like in the bare here.
Yeah, I would say no, but it's hard.
Okay, I'm having an issue here with the software for YouTube warning me, and I think that it probably would be best if I set up another stream and end this one so that I can edit it before it gets too long. So let me pull up StreamYard and we'll start another stream here. Okay, let's see. Let's see. I just need to get the header information. Where is it? Okay. Okay, we're almost ready to go here. Let me just... Let's see. Okay, I'm going to shut down this stream and I'm going live with the other one here. So everybody go over to the new stream and then I can edit this one.